are back on the record in file 24-21841-FC, People versus Dale Warner. It is my understanding at this point that there are a number of additional exhibits that the people and the defense have agreed to. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Your Honor. We would be stipulating to People's Exhibits 269 through 295, and this court has already ruled on the admissibility of Exhibits 194 through 198 over defense's objection.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, so 194 to 198 are admitted subject to defense objection. Of course, ruling 269 through 295 are admitted by stipulation. There has also been an objection to the use of a transcript of a body cam video. Ms. Wise, is there anything further that you wanted to say on that issue for the record?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, and so having had a chance to review that transcript, I did not find that it was sufficiently reliable to provide that to the jury. It comes from kind of a poor quality recording in that it's difficult to hear what's being said, and I think that it should be left to the jury to listen to that and determine for themselves what they hear. Is there anything else we need to address on the record before we bring the jury in?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are prepared to resume at this time, so the people may call their next case.
The people would call Jason Grall.
Mr. Gravel, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury? Yes. Okay, you and Nancy.
Need you to speak as loud as you can, okay? Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Jason Anthony Gravel, Gravelle.
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
Warag.
Warag Farms? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. You have to speak your answers because they're recording everything, okay?
Yes.
Okay. And Warag Farms, was that on the corner of Munger and Carson?
Yes.
Who did you work for?
Dale and D.
Warner?
Warner.
Okay. Who was your immediate boss?
Generally Dale.
What was your relationship with him like?
Good.
How long had you worked there?
At that time,
Correct.
I believe I started at the end of December the previous year, so 4 months-ish.
Okay. What were your duties on the farm?
Mechanic, occasionally drive truck if they needed it. Generally help out with whatever they asked.
Whatever you were asked to do? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And did you know Dee Warner as well?
Yes.
Did you work on Sunday, April 25th, 2021?
I don't believe so.
What about Monday, April 26th, 2021?
Yes.
What time, if you recall, did you get to work approximately?
I usually started at 7.
And did you have any conversation with Dale Warner that day?
He came and said that Dee had left, I believe, Sunday evening.
Did you have any further conversation with him about Dee?
No.
And did you work on Tuesday, the 27th
Yes.
of April? All right. What were your hours that day, if you recall?
I usually worked till 4, give or take. It varied.
All right. What was the last thing you did before you left that day?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you remember watching a surveillance footage from April 27th, 2021?
No.
You don't remember being shown surveillance footage?
No.
Did you want to review that footage right now?
If you want me to, I didn't really ever watch surveillance footage.
Do you remember being shown before this trial, the surveillance footage from April 27th? Not necessarily back in April 27th, 2021, but prior to coming to here to testify.
Whatever you guys showed me.
Okay, so you did watch the videos, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you surveillance footage from April 27th, 2021, approximately 5 p.m. This one.
Yep.
All the way on the right side of that screen, you see that person walking?
Yep.
All right, and who's that?
I can't tell from here.
Okay. And were you able to tell who that was after watching this entire video?
If I saw it closer, maybe.
Do you recall ever moving a tank for Dale Warner?
Yes.
Okay. And would that have been on the 27th of April, 2021?
I don't recall.
Was that at the end of your workday?
Also don't recall.
I'm going to let you keep watching this and see if you recognize yourself. I'm going to pause this here. You see in the left corner of the screen that person's walking down that way, in that direction? Did you see that?
No.
Okay. The day that you were asked to move the tank for Dale Warner, where did you get that tank?
Objection, only because that assumes facts, not in evidence. He said he didn't remember.
He said he did move a tank. He doesn't remember if it was the 27th.
Okay.
So the day that you moved the tank for Dale Warner, where did you retrieve that tank from?
I move tanks regularly, so I think the one you're asking me about would be behind the burn pile, kind of behind the trailers over there.
All right. I'm going to have you look at the map directly behind you. People's 263. Do you recognize that?
Do I recognize what?
The map.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's that a map of?
The farm?
The farm?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the burn pile on that map? Do you know the location? Do you recall the location of the pile?
Yes.
Mr. Grall,
Yes.
I'm going to have you look at this screen. Do you recognize where that is on this map over here behind you, 263?
No.
Do you see it or no?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Gravel, when you answer, you need to turn back to the microphone so that your voice gets caught in our recording system.
Okay.
I'm going to have you continue watching the April 27th, 2021 surveillance footage. Do you see that person walking? The timestamp is 5:03:48.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
I don't know particularly. I'd have to see it closer, I guess.
Okay. Were you previously able to identify that person?
I think at one point you showed me a really close-up image of it, maybe.
And is this behind the burn pit that you discussed earlier?
Yes.
Is that in the same location that you were asked to retrieve a tank for Dale?
I did retrieve a tank from over there, yes.
Do you see the movement onto the left of the semis?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the area that you retrieved the tank?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, 5:11 p.m. Do you recognize that person?
Nope, still too far away.
Okay. See the person walking to the right of the screen? Now it's 5:25. Walking back down towards that burn pile.
Okay.
Do you know who that is?
Still too far away for me to tell.
Okay. Okay, do you see the person again to the left of the semi?
Yep.
Okay. 541. And what is that?
That is a tank.
Okay, being moved by what?
The JCB front end loader.
Okay, and do you know who that is?
That would probably me.
I'm sorry?
That's probably me.
All right, and why do you say that's probably you?
Because that's how I rigged up that tank.
Okay. And then where did you take that tank?
I believe the back of the spray barn.
Okay, 543, taking it to the spray barn? It's now 5:53. JCB, next to the new shop. Is that where that is?
I would say that would be in front of what I would call my shop.
This one is the front of your shop. Is that what you called it?
I believe so, yes, that's where I generally work.
Okay, and look at the map behind you again, 263. What are you calling your shop?
5.
5, okay. Okay, 602. Do you know who that is?
That looks like me.
All right, and where are you at there?
That would be the upper shop where Jim usually worked.
Okay, if you look at the map, can you tell me which building that is?
That would be 1.
All right, and what were you doing in there?
Looks like punching out.
Okay, and so that's 6:02 p.m.? Is that a yes?
The time?
Yes.
I don't know what time it is then.
Okay, if the surveillance footage had 6:02 p.m., you wouldn't have a reason to doubt that, correct?
No.
Did Dale tell you why he needed that that tank moved?
I think he wanted to clean it up.
Is that what he told you?
I believe so.
Okay. When you had the conversation with Dale about moving that tank, was that in person, over the phone? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
I'm going to show you people's 168. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that area?
I believe that's back by the large anhydrous tank where we would fill the smaller ones.
Okay, and is the burn pile in this photograph?
I believe off to the left.
Are these trailers, the big long white things we see right there?
The 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so next to the left of those trailers, is that where the burn pile would
Yes.
be? And approximately where in this photograph did you pick up that tank?
I believe either behind the trailers or just to the right of them, maybe.
Okay.
Well, I guess it'd be to the left.
Okay. Behind and to the left of the trailers?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 174. Do you recognize that building?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the spray barn.
And is that where you testified you took the tank?
I believe so, yes.
Can you look at the map again next to you, 263, and identify the building number that you put that tank in?
That would be 7
Which way did you come into that building?
through the front.
And what is the front to you?
Um,
Do you have a pointer up there with you on the stand with an orange tip? Can you open that up and show me where the front of that building would be?
Right. That's what I would call the front.
Okay. For the record, he's pointing to the south side of Building 7.
Yes, it would have been the south side.
People's Exhibit 175, what's that?
The inside of the spray barn?
Okay. Do you see that tank in there?
Yes.
Is that the tank that you put in there?
Looks like it, yes.
The door that I'm looking at off to the right of the photograph,
Mm-hmm.
would that be towards the back of that spray barn or the front of that spray barn?
That would be toward the back of the spray barn.
People's 176. And so that would be the front door to the spray barn?
Correct.
And that would be the way that you drove that in there?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Gravel, good morning. My name is Mary Chartier, and I represent Mr. Warner. I want to start off with, you had a serious medical event happen within the last 6 months or so. Is that correct?
It was less than a year, yes.
Okay, less than a year. And do you mind telling us what happened?
I had a 3-month brain bleed from trauma that I don't remember. And they had to drill holes in my head.
I'm sorry for that. Has that impacted your memory?
Yes.
And is that something that you shared with both our office and the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
So when you're testifying here today and not remembering certain things, are you trying your best?
Yes.
But unfortunately, your medical condition makes some of that challenging to remember. Is that accurate?
Yes.
When you, and to be clear, you're still being treated for that right now?
I am still in recovery, yes.
Okay. When you indicated that Mr. Warner said that on April 26th, Ms. Warner had left Sunday evening, is it possible he said Sunday morning?
Yes.
Thank you. And the tank that you moved in to the spray barn, you had moved tanks before for Mr. Warner, correct?
Yes, but usually the ones that were on wheels.
Usually on wheels. And that one wasn't on wheels.
Correct.
Now, you weren't restricted as to where you could go on the property when you were working, correct?
Correct.
So on April 26th, you did your work like you normally would?
Yes.
And on April 27th, you did as well?
Yes.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Oh my God.
And if records show that you were not at work on Sunday, April 25th, 2021, would that be accurate?
Yes, I do not believe I worked that Sunday.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, can we excuse Mr. Gravel? Oh, I'm sorry, we have questions. Either prosecution or defense has an objection to the board asking.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Gravel, were you asked by Dale Warner to move the tank to the spray barn?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Weiss?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Sharkey?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
And can we excuse Mr. Gravel from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You are free to leave. And who would people like to call as their next witness?
Parker Hardy.
Mr. Hardy, before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and sit down.
Good morning, Mr. Hardy.
Morning.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Parker Hardy, Parkerhardy.
All right, thank you. How did you know Dee Warner?
She was my aunt.
Okay. And, excuse me, on Sunday, April 25th, 2021, were you told at some point that afternoon that she was missing?
Yes, I was.
You know approximately what time?
Sometime in the early afternoon, around 1 or 2 o'clock.
All right, did you go anywhere in response to that?
Eventually, I made my way down to the farm, down to
The Munger
Warner.
farm?
Yes,
Okay. And where did you go when you went down there?
into the office.
And is that where they were watching the surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who was there with you, if you recall?
Family members of mine, my cousins,
Okay.
and also
Did
Mr. Warner.
there come a point in time that afternoon when you drove around the property with your mother?
Yes.
What were you driving in?
I was driving what we consider the Kawasaki Mule, like we call it a Gator, a
Okay.
utility vehicle.
Is that yours or from the Munger farm?
Ours.
And do you live nearby?
Yes, under a mile.
Okay. And that's your parents' farm?
Yes.
And yours also, of course?
Yes.
All right. And it was just the two of you. Is this also called a side-by-side?
It can be referred to as that as well, yes.
Does the Munger farm have a Kubota that's similar?
Same thing, just different brand.
Okay. All right, and you're driving around looking for Dee?
Yes.
And at some point, do you drive on the north side of the house?
Yes.
And can you point to that on the map behind you? Yep, thank you.
You want me to
The
state
north-
how
yeah, just identify the north side of the house.
Yeah, right here.
Okay. And where are you coming from in the side-by-side that you're driving?
This map doesn't depict it, but I was in my field, which is located back in here. And I came around, there's kind of a low spot right here where I could have come around. And I was just looking around in this junk area, and I made my way up around to the back of the house.
Okay. Did something catch your attention when you came around the back of the house?
Yes.
And what did you do in response?
I threw on the brakes and put it in reverse, and I observed some tracks behind the house.
Okay. And why was that notable to you?
Earlier that day, when I was down at the office and the Hummer was sitting down at the office, when I came back with my mother and was driving around in this Gator, the Hummer was moved back to the house, and it was on top of some JCB tracks that were pulled right up to the porch of the house.
Okay. And how were you able to identify JCB tracks?
We have a very similar machine, once again, just a different brand. It's called a Manitou, but it's exactly the same machine, operates identical to a JCB, and I'm very used to those tracks. I've run this loader for 15 years plus.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 12. Can you tell us what that is?
That's the back of the Warner house?
Okay. And is that what you're describing just now?
Yes.
Okay. And where were the tracks in relation to the house?
In your picture up on the TV, they would be on the left side of the screen, right where those brick paver stairs are, for lack of a better term.
Okay, so it looks like there's a set of stairs at the very right edge, and then there's another set of stairs kind of in the middle left. And
Correct.
which one are you talking about?
I'm talking the farthest to the left in your picture.
Okay. And could you tell how close to those steps the tracks led?
So the gravel is somewhat loose close up to the steps, and the tracks were right up to basically the pavers or the concrete. I can't recall what is exactly right there on the ground.
Okay. So
As close as they could be to the house.
thank you. Now, why was that notable to you? Why did you just slam on the brakes and who cares, right?
It was the speed of the way the gravel was thrown from the tracks. Or from the tires, I should say. It looked like it was relatively moving fast, And also, it's a little bit unusual for that loader to be pulled that close up to the house.
If if you were at your farm driving your equivalent JCB, and you had just forgotten something in the house, would you have driven right up to the house like that?
Objection, irrelevant.
This has to do with the reason that he made note of this event.
I would just need objection.
You said that at the time, the Hummer had been moved back to the house, is that correct?
Can you ask that again?
Sure, I want to make sure I understood something you said a minute ago. Did you say that at the time you're observing these tracks leading up to the house, that the Hummer is there also?
My second visit to the farm that afternoon, the Hummer had been moved back to the house.
Okay.
And when I saw the tracks, the Hummer was on top of the tracks.
Okay, thank you. So, People's Exhibit 19, is that the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it in relation to where you saw it parked that afternoon on Sunday?
Very close, but if I had to be a little bit more specific, I think it was farther to the left.
Even closer to the grass strip?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying the tracks went right under where the Hummer was parked?
Correct.
This photo is, just for the record, from Thursday, April 29th. Did you check the seat of the Hummer to see what spot it was in?
I did.
And what did you find out?
It appeared to me that it was in the position of somebody who was shorter.
Okay. Do you know that, so if the JCB had gone as far up as you were indicating, and it put the bucket out, where would the bucket be?
The bucket would be clear up on the porch, almost to the door.
All right, turning to Tuesday, the 27th. Show you a clip here. And ask you if you recognize that piece of machinery.
I do.
And what is it?
That is me driving my corn planter into the Warner farm.
Okay. And for those of us who are not farmers, what does a corn planter do?
It puts seed corn into the ground. This is a 24-row planter. It's quite large.
And why were you bringing your equipment down to the Munger farm that day?
I had trouble with some fertilizer that I had purchased that spring. It wasn't traveling through the planter correctly. It happens when it can be cold. And so we had contacted Dale asking if we could purchase some fertilizer from him that morning in order to get the planter going.
Okay. The timestamp on this video is 7:07 p.m. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you go with the planter?
I am headed into the sprayer barn.
Okay. And why would you take the planter to the spray barn?
I didn't have a tanker available at the time to offload fertilizer into, so when we talked to Dale and agreed that we would come down and purchase some fertilizer, it was easier just to load right onto the planter.
Okay. So you're fertilizing as you're planting corn, is that right?
Correct. It's a starter fertilizer. It helps the corn grow into the ground faster, grow roots.
Okay. This is a nighttime photo, but is that the sprayer barn?
Yes.
And in People's 175, this photo was taken on 4/27/2021 later that evening. Is that, you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the inside of the sprayer barn. I've been in there many a times loading.
Okay. Can you describe the big silver tanks, what those do or what they are?
The big stainless steel tanks have different types of fertilizer for different applications in them.
Okay, so that's what you would fill up your fertilizer from, those tanks?
Yes, there was a computerized pumping system that would you could program what fertilizer you needed into it, and it would then pump it onto whatever piece of equipment you pulled in there.
Okay. And did you see that tank that's in the photo when you pulled in?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that strike you as odd?
Yes, it did.
Why?
It was very unusual for an anhydrous tank to be in that condition on the Warner farm. They were typically very well kept and painted. And also, there was never, to my recollection, an anhydrous tank in that building the multiple other times I'd been in there.
Okay.
You also can't fill those fertilizer or those anhydrous tanks from that barn.
Okay. Now, was Dale on the property while you were at that point in time or shortly after?
Yes, the video clip of me pulling in, he's actually meeting me in the barn.
I'm going to play this a little further. Do you see that red farm implement?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a versatile quad track,
Okay, and do you know who it belongs to?
Dale Warner.
Did you see this arrive while you were there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you know who normally operates that piece of equipment?
Mainly Dale Warner.
Does that piece of equipment involve fertilizer at all?
Yes, it does. It is also a corn planter.
Let this play for another minute. We're at 7:40. Now skipping to 7:54. And what is that?
That is the versatile leaving the farm.
Just gonna let it play a few more seconds here. Okay, now we're at 7:56. Do you see that individual walking?
I do.
And do you know who that is?
Me.
And that's at 7:56, so I didn't say that already. Did you ask Dale about that rusty tank?
I did.
And what did he say about it?
He told me that he had some of his employees bring in some tanks at night or at some point so that he could paint them at night. He said he was having trouble sleeping because he was worried about where his wife was.
Okay. And did he say anything about this particular tank?
He said that I was alarmed on why, out of all the tanks, that one was in there, in the condition that it was in, and so I kind of chuckled and asked, why do you have this in here? And that's when he stated about painting the tanks in the middle of night. And I'm sorry, did I answer?
Did he say anything about whether this was the tank that he had intended to be moved up there?
No, this was, once we had that initial conversation, he said, but I didn't want this tank. I wanted one of the ones on wheels and one that I just needed to do some minor painting on.
Okay.
So that, he then proceeded to tell me that they were going to move that tank out.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good morning, Mr. Hardy.
Morning.
My name is Mary Chartier. I have a few questions for you this morning. So, you had been to the Munger property numerous times. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And your last communication with Ms. Warner, your aunt, would that have been Thursday or Friday, so April 22nd or April 23rd, to the best of your knowledge?
It was Friday.
Friday? And did
That
you...
was,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was my last physical communication with her.
Last physical communication. Did you see her in person?
Yes, that's.
Would you tell us about that?
Yes, I was there getting an anhydrous tank. We were spreading and applying anhydrous like everybody else was at that time, and I had pulled up on the scale to weigh a tank, and she pulled in to fill out my weigh ticket.
When you say you were moving the tank to weigh it, did you fill up your own tank, or did someone from the Warner businesses fill it up for you?
Someone from the Warner businesses fills the tanks. We just come and get them.
And then you come and get them, and then do you attach them to your truck and then go on the scale and weigh it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you bring the tank back, then you weigh it again, and that's how you're billed by how much you use?
If myself or one of my employees is the one that take the tank from the field back to the Warner farm, we would sometimes scale it out, but most of the time one of the Warner employees would scale it out.
And by scale it out, do you mean put the tank on that big scale and then see how much was used?
Yes.
Now, when you were communicating with Ms. Warner, did you ask her if you should just write up a ticket and leave it in the office?
I don't recall.
Would reviewing notes from your interview refresh your memory?
Sure.
Page 135. It's the third paragraph from the bottom on page 135. Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So is it accurate that you were loading anhydrous tanks and you texted Ms. Warner to see if she wanted you to write up the ticket and leave it in the office?
Yes, but I honestly don't know why it states that I was loading anhydrous tanks, because I've never loaded anhydrous tanks at the Warner farm myself.
So I guess to be clear about that, when you say loading, you're talking about putting the fertilizer or the chemicals in the tank. That's what you think of loading?
In this context of what I just read, what I meant by loading was grabbing it with my truck.
So you
I didn't mean physically loading the fertilizer on it.
So you loaded the tank to your truck, you texted your aunt to say, do you want me to write up a ticket and put it in the office? Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And the ticket would be, you'd go into the office and you'd write, you took a tank, is that correct?
We would write the tank number. Each tank had a unique number on it, and because our tanks were from our own farm, we had our own logos on them, so it would say Hardy and then the unique number.
And then, but Ms. Warner said no, and she came out and she did that for you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then ultimately you texted with your aunt, but as you indicated, that was the last time the two of you physically communicated.
That day on Friday, yes.
Now, did you have to announce you were coming on to fill the tanks, or could you come on and get a tank that had already been filled up?
I was allowed to come at any time.
When you talked about April 25th, is it accurate your mom came to your house to indicate to you that your aunt was missing?
No, well, I guess, can you ask that question again?
Sure. So at some point, did your mom come to your house to notify you that your aunt was missing?
No.
Okay, so tell us how that happened.
I was called by my father.
You were called by your father. At some point, did your mom come to your house?
I don't recall. I remember talking to her, notifying me that she was looking for Dee.
So before you ever went on to the Munger property, you knew that your aunt was missing?
Correct.
And when you were communicating with your mom, is it accurate that you saw Mr. Warner drive by your house in the sprayer?
I believe so, yes.
And you were concerned about Ms. Warner, the possibility that she may have taken her own life, correct?
Based on the state that I last physically saw her in, yes.
So you and your mom drove around, essentially coming from your property onto the Warner's property.
Yes,
Is that, and those properties are right next to each other, is that accurate?
they're connected.
So when you first saw the Hummer, it was where? I was a little confused by your testimony.
I saw it down at the office building.
So you first saw the Hummer at the office, and then later on, you saw the Hummer in back of the house. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
When do you think that you first saw the Hummer at the office?
It's been quite a few years. I'm having a hard time remembering exact time. At some point in the mid to early afternoon.
So mid to early afternoon is, what do you think, 12, 1 to 3? What would you say time-wise?
I remember the only time I can be more accurate with is I remember getting a call that they were looking for Dee somewhere around noon to 1 o'clock.
And so then ultimately, when you made your way to the Warner property, you saw the Hummer in front of the office. Then later on, you saw it in back of the house. Is that fair?
Yes,
Now, the JCB tracks that you saw them pull up to the house you indicated,
yes,
but you didn't see any reverse tracks, correct?
no,
Is that accurate? I'm sorry.
yes,
And that was noticeable to you, correct?
yes.
The JCB with the front loader, the scoop up, right? How far does that scoop go?
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Sure. So you said you're really familiar with that piece of equipment. So if I'm in the JCB with the scoop, how high can that scoop go? Can it block my view?
Yes, it can.
Now moving on to April, what you indicate is April 27th, 2021, you saw that rusty tank that we just saw in the spray barn, correct?
Correct.
And that's barn number or building number 7 on that map, accurate?
Correct.
You didn't see any kind of a non-factory weld on that tank, correct?
No, I did not.
And you would have noticed that if you had.
I didn't spend a lot of time observing the specifics of the tank, just the overall. I had to pull around the tank when I pulled in the barn because it was in my way, and all I really noticed is it was a rusty tank.
An old rusty tank with, again, not that you noticed a non-factory weld, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't see, other than that, you didn't see Mr. Warner behaving unusually with that tank. You'd agree, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Just want to know if you're certain that when you talked to Dale about that rusty tank that was in the spray barn, that he said that he wanted the employee to bring one that was on wheels. Are you certain about the on wheels part?
I don't recall the exact statement, but I thought that's what was in the.
You remember talking to the Michigan State Police in November of '22?
I do.
Do you remember what you said to them about the rusty tank versus the other one?
What do you mean by other one?
The one that they wanted brought instead.
All that I remember is that he, in my mind, quote, said, but I didn't want this one. I wanted one that was less painting, or less to paint and on wheels.
Okay.
That's what I remember. I could be wrong.
Okay. If I played that for you.
Sure.
Okay. You have to. You just want to play it for him.
What time, Mr.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
This is at 13:24.
Thank you.
having trouble playing it other than over the speakers. If I could just have a minute, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying. No, I don't.
Oh,
I'm not trying to get it so that it's not over the
Okay,
speakers.
great, just want to make
Yes,
sure.
yes. That's it.
He came in.
Thank you.
Like he always does. Just to make sure I was doing okay for what I thought. Then this old rusty hydro tank went out and it was just sitting there. I said, what the hell's that thing for? This thing had looked like it had been in the lake forever. It wasn't weird. That part was weird. I said, what the hell are you doing with that? Oh, he said, I fucking haven't been able to sleep at night. So I told the guys, which I thought to myself, yeah, I bet you haven't been able to sleep at night. He said, I told the guys to bring in an hydro snake around. We paint them regularly, just like it's too nice to have, rest of them. So he said, I told the guys to bring in an hydro snake around and I, sandblast it off or scrub it off, paint it. I said, I just come out here, just clear my head, paint or anything. All right. But he's like, I didn't mean for them to grab that one. Like this was some real bad one that they brought up here. And I'm like, why wouldn't you just grab the tank instead of having them grab it? Whatever. It was weird. I think the most significant part of that story was the fact that he couldn't sleep at night because he was supposedly painting.
So, in November of 2022, when you described this to the state police, did you mention wheels at all?
I do not.
Okay. So, does that refresh your recollection as to what Dale told you?
Yes,
Did he mention did he mention a tank or a tank on wheels?
just a tank.
Okay, so what he wanted was a different tank other than the rusty old one.
Objection leading.
Can you tell the jury what he actually said he wanted other than the rusty old one?
He just wanted a different tank brought in. Never mentioned wheels.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further, thank you.
Are we excusing Mr. Hardy from his subpoena at this time?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
I'm sure you are free to go. You're welcome to stay in the courtroom from this point on if you want. Thank you. Who do people like to call as the next witness?
Jordan Graves.
Before you sit down, sir, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes, I swear.
Go ahead and answer.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Graves.
Good morning.
Please state your full name and spell it for the record.
My full name is Jordan Graves, Jordan, as in Victor, E.S.
And where do you work?
I currently work for the FBI in the Detroit field office.
Okay, and what is your position there?
My position is digital forensic examiner.
And do you have training in digital forensic examining?
Yes.
What kind of training do you have?
So to become a digital forensic examiner in the program that I work in, you have to go through an extensive amount of training. For me, this equated initially to roughly 400 hours of classroom and practical hands-on training. And then once you are certified, one of the conditions of your employment and maintenance of that certification is continuous training throughout your employment. So every year I'm continuously attending training, as well as giving the opportunity to put on training. So in terms of digital forensics, I've actually hosted and offered training for others who are coming up through the training process or who are trying to maintain their certifications like me.
Do you have a degree?
I do.
What's that in?
I have a master's degree in digital multimedia forensics from the University of Colorado at Denver.
Okay. And have you testified before about digital multimedia forensics?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Probably approaching 10 times across different state courts, federal courts, as well as a military court proceeding, which is the formal way of saying a court-martial.
And as a digital forensic examiner, what kinds of things are you dealing with?
So the basics for my job is to receive digital and multimedia evidence. So this would be items or materials like computers, cell phones, audio video recording devices, drones, ATM skimmers, basically anything that stores information, to try and acquire data from those kinds of evidence sources, to perform some kind of analysis, whether it's just recovering information or in the case of audio and video, enhancement or redaction, trying to make details easier to see, or if there are personally identifiable information that needs to be redacted, that's something that I do as well. And then reporting on those results to whoever it is that requested my assistance, and then occasionally presenting to those results, just like today.
Okay. And is a specific piece that you would handle when either an audio or a video recording has muffled portions that you want to be able to hear?
That's an examination that I've performed quite a few times, yes.
All right, and how do you go about that?
So there are basic steps for any of these kinds of examinations when it comes to multimedia evidence in the form of audio, video, or computers or cell phones. Primarily, the initial steps are to try and protect this original evidence as best as you can. This would be akin to putting police tape around a crime scene, or for folks that like to collect football cards, putting them in some kind of protective sleeve or packaging so you're not damaging that card, right? The process in the forensic world is called write protection. So we're inserting a piece of software or a piece of hardware in between the original evidence and the examination workstation that we're using, a fancy computer, in order to read the information from the evidence without changing anything on it. So placing that kind of protection in place is pretty critical. Then from there, the next step would be to make a copy of that original evidence, so that we're never working on the original evidence if we can avoid it. We're working on a copy. Once that a copy is acquired, in the case of audio and video enhancement specifically, I take measurements. I try to evaluate, what is this file? How does it play back? If it's a video, how large is it? How large should it be on your screen? How many frames or individual pictures per second make this video? In terms of audio, what is the frequency range I can expect? How low are the lows and how high are the highs with this recording? Things like that. And then from there, it's the analysis phase. For audio and video, it's enhancement. Trying to identify portions of interest that were provided to me by the requester, whoever it is that's requesting my assistance. Whether they say, hey, I'm having a hard time making out this dialogue, or I'm having a hard time identifying these features of a person's face, or something to that effect. Using my training experience, using my forensic tools, I then would try to bring out those characteristics, those features, either visually or audio in nature, to try and make them more easily perceivable, and then present those results back to the requester.
At this time, I proffer Mr. Graves as an expert in digital media forensics, subject to counsel's blood here, if there's any.
We'll leave that to the court's discretion. Thank you.
Okay, I do think it is appropriate to so certify Mr. Graves, and so I will do that.
Thank you, Honor. How did you become involved in this case?
In late March or early April of last year, a request was submitted for someone from my field office to provide some kind of assistance enhancing audio of a recording pertaining to this case.
Okay. And can you identify some of the issues with that recording that you needed to address?
So the recording presented to me was a body-worn camera video recording. At one point, the body-worn camera was placed inside of a vehicle or was separated from the people that were interacting with each other. So noise was pretty muffled. It was hard to make out a person's voice from potential background noises. So that was the primary concern. And beyond that, it was just additional noise signals that I could try to mitigate as best as I could.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's People's 231. All right, I'm just going to stop it right there. Does this cover sheet, for lack of a better term, look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
What is this?
So this would be the title slate that I include on any of the video products that I produce that include either audio and or video enhancements for a requester. It's informational in nature, meant to basically give the requester the basic details of what it is they can expect from this video that they're about to watch.
Okay. And so the procedure that you described earlier that you would normally do, did you do that with this exhibit as well?
I did, yes.
Okay, so you made a copies so you would be sure that there was something that never got altered, and then you worked with a different copy?
That's correct. I worked on a working copy and kept the original evidence pristine and untouched.
And what kinds of things did you do to make the audible, the audio more audible?
There are a number of different filters that you can apply in general, and I used quite a few of them for this particular case. For starters, there is a frequency adjustment that can be made. So if anyone is familiar with, let's say, going through a drive-through and the volume is really, really loud on the person working at the restaurant, you can kind of get this muffled, garbled, distorted sound that might sound like a really low rumble with a lot of squeaks, or might sound really, really high. Those frequencies are typically outside of where a person's normal speech would live. Usually human voice occupies a certain band of frequencies. A person's voice on average is usually a certain lowness or highness, depending on if you're a male or female, or if you're excited, or a number of different conditions. But sounds that occupy outside those spaces can be distracting. They can kind of muffle or cover up or even totally obscure the voice that you're trying to hear. So that's a mitigation that I would attempt to address by turning down those frequencies that are outside of the human voice range. That's something that I did for this. The other problem that we had was part of the recording, as described before, was quite a bit muffled. It was quite a bit softer. So a lot of times when people are trying to adjust to that amplitude difference, where things are really loud and then really quiet, it can be really fatiguing to the ear, and it can be hard to make out details. That's a continuous problem. So normalizing, or bringing the volume of all the signals of interest, that's human speech, trying to bring that all closer together to sound a little bit more natural, is definitely an objective here as well.
All right, and so did you come up with an end product?
I did, yes.
All right, and did you send it to us?
I sent it to the special agent that I was working on as a point of contact,
Okay.
yes.
And this is it?
This looks consistent with the titled slate of the video that I provided, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play People's 231.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are you a family member or just, okay, which one? Who's? Dale? Okay, all right. Get rid of this stuff.
So just to pause it here, the caption indicates there's a video source and an audio source. Did you do anything at all with the video source?
Aside from trimming the video to the specified range of interest, I didn't do anything to it.
Okay. So you only worked with the bottom line, the audio source, and you've got some indications there of what the range was, right?
So yeah, the audio source has the file name listed. The file name is the same for the video and audio because that's the original file name that I was provided with. But in that row for the audio source, you'll note in parentheses, the note is enhancements applied. That means what you're hearing in this file now is not the original audio, it's the original audio with enhancements applied to it.
Thank you. Good.
Yep. Yep.
I don't want to damage anything, but it is the buildings here, so if something on fire, that building will, you know, yeah, great. Yeah, that's fine, so you know, he throw that inside the vehicle. Yep.
You're more than welcome to.
I'm gonna take care of some stuff, but, yeah, so that's your now,
Okay, so at this point, can you tell us what you did to, sure, go ahead.
So at this point, as depicted in the video, the camera is placed into a car and the door closed. Obviously, for anybody who's ever been in a car before, the outside gets pretty quiet once the doors are all shut. So at this point, I applied a pretty aggressive filter to try and raise the amplitude of what's happening in the audio without letting it distort too loudly. If anybody knows the difference between just playing an acoustic guitar versus an electric guitar, everything gets turned up, it starts sounding kind of crunchy, garbled. That might be interesting for entertainment purposes, for music purposes, but it's not necessarily effective when you're trying to hear someone's voice. So this aggressive, hard limiting filter essentially raises the amplitude, the volume of the audio in there without letting it go above and beyond a certain threshold, which would start to muddy the sound, and that's what was applied here.
Okay. I'm going to back up 10 seconds just to hear that change one more time.
You're more than welcome to.
I'm gonna take care of some stuff, but, yeah, so that's your now,
Everything should be unlocked. Only thing that might be locked in the office.
yeah, little.
That will be one who will end up at some point. I think you can say it's how many times, I went through murder, how many stuff I was posting right now, I think there's another big issue. How many moves, and I just walked on that road. Bill. I can't go through whatever we do. Yeah.
Okay, and is that the end of the clip that you worked with?
Yeah, as you can see back on the video source remains unenhanced. The audio source no longer says enhanced anymore. Now it says unenhanced. This is where the material would return back to that original, what you would hear in the original. So that's the end of the enhancements that I've made.
Okay, thank you. With that, Your Honor, with that foundation, we would move to admit people's proposed Exhibit 231.
No objection, thank you.
All right, exhibit 231 is admitted.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning. Is it Mr. Graves or Agent Graves?
Not an agent, it's
Okay,
Mr. Graves.
so Mr. Graves, okay, terrific. How much time did you spend working on that clip of the audio and video that we saw?
Hard to say. It's different for audio and video than it would normally be for computers and phones. So contrary to popular belief, inside of a digital forensics laboratory, it's not necessarily a group of people in low lighting with neon, in the background, furiously clicking away and typing away. A lot of times there's a lot of thinking, consideration, and then you initiate some kind of process and wait to see how it plays out. On the other hand, when it comes to audio and video, it's pretty much continuous work. If there's a date that you're working on this, there's not really a whole lot of setup and let the computer do its thing. The examiner has to be working on it quite a fair amount. For most audio and video enhancements, depending on content, depending on duration of material, this could be a day, a few days, a few weeks. But for something relatively simple, this kind of task for somebody who's experienced, professionally trained, could be accomplished in a matter of a few days. And I think this was on the order of maybe a day, a few days, something to that effect.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear. So it sounds like you did things to like take away muffling and background noise, you indicated?
That was the goal, yes.
And then also to raise the volume so it would be easier to hear?
That was the goal, yes.
And again, correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't do anything. So for example, if I were to say the word knee and I were to say the word meat, they sound pretty similar, right? So if we were listening to an audio, you might not be able to tell the difference. And that's not part of this audio. Did you do anything to try to clarify a word, or that's not what you do?
So I'll give hopefully a good example of how this works for audio and video enhancement purposes. My family and I like to ski. I've got 2 little girls, my wife. We come home, and sometimes dead of winter in Michigan, it's dark, right? You walk into the house. You don't want to be tracking snow and mud everywhere. You don't want to be kicking over furniture, knocking over plants. So I turn the light on. Turning the light on doesn't necessarily change the layout of the furniture in my house. It doesn't change the content of my house. It doesn't add or remove toilets to my bathrooms. It just makes things easier to see. The same thing works with audio. If my kids, after this long day of skiing, want to unwind and watch Bluey for a little while, cool. I'll call my mom. I'll talk to my mom. If the TV is a little bit too loud, I'm probably going to quietly get up, turn the TV down a little bit, or maybe remove myself from the room to a different room. That's certainly not changing my kids' programming to Sesame Street or Gabby's Dollhouse or something, and it's definitely not telling my mom to stop talking. I don't want to stop that. It's just making it easier to hear what it is that I want to hear and what I need to hear. When it comes to audio and video enhancement, I'm not changing any of the dialogue that's being said. I'm not adding or removing visual details like objects or people. I'm not placing people anywhere. All I'm doing is trying to enhance, make more visible or hearable the details that are already there, if that makes sense.
It does, and we can tell you have young children based on the examples that you used.
Yes.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No redirect, and as far as the people are concerned, you can be released from the case.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would the court entertain a brief
Yeah,
recess at this time?
Okay,
Thank
so,
you.
we're going to take a short recess to allow people to get up and move around a little bit. We'll come back in 5 to 10 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
The people may call their next witness.
People call Ryan Rank.
Sir, before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat, please.
Good morning. Can I have you state your name and spell it for the record?
Ryan Rank, RyanRank.
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
Madison Township.
And what did you do for Madison Township?
I was the fire chief
How long had you been the fire chief?
since May of 2014.
How long did you work at the fire department in total?
Almost 27 and a half years.
What year did you start?
1995.
Okay. As the fire chief or the chief of fire, what would your main responsibilities be?
Overall direction of the fire department, the chief administrative officer responsible for all personnel, training, budget, responsible for managing emergency responses, ensuring the department is up and ready to go.
Describe Madison Township a little bit for me. What kind of community is it?
It's a semi-rural community.
Okay, and is there farming done in Madison Township?
Yes, there is.
You discussed emergency management. Tell me a little bit about that.
In what view? Like,
Are you trained in hazardous materials?
I am trained in hazardous materials.
Tell me about that.
I'm a hazardous material technician. I was trained in 1992 at the Michigan State Police Hazmat Training Center. I'm also a hazardous material instructor, was trained in 1997 for the awareness and operation level. And in 2008, I received training for advanced hazmat life support through New Mexico.
Are those certified trainings?
They are.
Did you go to the Munger Farm on April 27th, 2021?
I did.
And that's at the corner of Carson and Munger, would that be accurate?
Correct.
Do you know what township that's in?
Franklin?
A little bit outside of Madison Township?
A little bit.
All right, why were you there that day?
Because I was a member of the county drone team.
What does the drone team do?
The county drone team is made up of fire and law enforcement professionals to assist in emergency response operations or investigations, surveillance, to get pictures, overall pictures of the purview or see what's going on in real time that can't be seen from the ground.
Okay. How many times did you go out to the property on April 27th, 2021?
2.
Do you recall approximately what time the first time was?
It was late morning, I think, early afternoon.
Okay. First time, when you get there, what do you do when you get there?
we were called to set up and just do a general overview of the farm. We set up our equipment and launched the drone off the ground and started surveilling the property.
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to have you go to People's Exhibit 263, which is that map directly behind you. And if you can pull that pointer out and show me on that map. Well, do you recognize that map?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what's that?
It's the map of the farm.
Can you show me the first time you get there on April 27th, 2021, where you set up?
I believe we parked right in here, this area.
Okay. And you said you got there and you lifted off. What does that mean?
Actually, let me correct myself. I believe when we first got there that day, we were parked more in this area right here.
Okay. And where did you set up at?
We launched a drone from this position right here.
All right. What does setting up the drone entail?
So the drone is battery operated, so we have to install the batteries to make sure they're 100% charged. We have to hook the DJI up app and controller up to whatever mobile device we're using. The device then syncs to the drone itself to make sure that the timestamp and everything are correct and accurate. And then we make sure that there's no overhead hazards. We usually have a team of at least two, the pilot and an observer. And then we would launch the drone up once it's safe to do so.
Okay, and you were able to get the drone off the ground during the daytime?
Yes,
How long were you up in the air with the drone, if you recall?
just a few minutes.
All right, and what happened?
Mr. Warner came out and asked us to leave his property.
And did you bring the drone back down?
We did,
Did you leave?
yes.
You said you went there twice. Do you recall what the second time on the 27th that you went back?
It was in the evening, but I don't recall the time.
All right. Who did you arrive at the property with?
With me was Assistant Chief Nick Wilson, and from Cambridge Township was Fire Chief Scott Damon.
Did you again go to an area on the property to set up?
Yes.
Where at?
This time we went and set up in this area right here.
Okay. Describe what the setup is for me.
It's just to make sure we have a general good operating area, safe from everybody, away from people, so we have room for our equipment. We don't hit any obstacles, make sure there's no overhead obstacles or anything that's going to interfere with our operations.
Okay, and you indicated that you could take photos and videos with the drone?
Correct.
And the timestamps on the drone would be reflective of whatever device is hooked up to it?
Yeah, it's whatever cellular device is hooked up to it, so it syncs through the app to the drone to correct the timestamp to make sure it's synced correctly, and it's off of whatever cellular device that you're using.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 268. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
All right, and what is that?
that's a picture of the farm.
Is that from when you guys arrived on the farm that day?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And that's somewhat hard to see, but that timestamp is 4/27/21 at 20:47 and 57. Would the timestamp be up in that top left corner? I'm trying to zoom it in and it's,
Yes,
okay, hard to read on there.
yes.
I'm going to show you People's 167. Again, what's this?
It's another picture of the farm.
Okay. And that one is dated 4/27/21 at 20:49 and 38. I'm going to guess this is military time.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 263 behind you again. Do you know what building this is that you took this shot of?
It's number 7.
I'm going to show you People's 168. Again, what's this?
Another map of the farm, another picture of the farm, sorry.
All right. Can you identify this area on the map for me?
It's up here, no number.
And again, that timestamp is 20, 49, and 38.
Correct.
169 is just a zoomed in shot of the last photo we looked at, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you also took video with the drone that day, correct? Or that
Correct.
evening? I
Correct.
apologize. Okay. Do you recall at what point in time you started taking video?
I don't.
Was there something that made you switch? Did you switch from taking photographs to taking videos?
Yes,
And why?
because Dale returned to the property.
Okay. And was there something that you decided to do with the video?
Yeah, we wanted to follow him.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 207. And what is this?
It's Dale operating the JCB, hauling an anhydrous tank.
Okay, the drone starts to get a little wonky here. Can you describe to me what's going on?
So this drone, the initial drone that we used for the team, was not one of the professional type, the heavier duty that they came out with. So it was our starter drone. There's some interference can happen, either cellular interference, electrical interference, lag with receiving from the controller itself. Also, one of the biggest problems with the DJI is if you don't use the right micro SD card, if it's not fast enough. The drone shoots in 4K, so if it's not fast enough, it's not able to upload quick enough.
Okay. Do you see these vehicles parked behind these semis?
Yes.
Is that where you described you set up?
Yes, one is my admin vehicle, the other one is Scott Damon's admin vehicle from Cambridge.
Okay. And at the end of this video, we see people standing there talking.
Correct.
Do you know who that was?
Scott Damon, Nick Wilson, and myself.
Okay. At some point in time during that conversation, did Detective Greco come up to you?
He did.
And did you notify him of this?
We did.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 170, and the timestamp on that is 21:01 and 25. And is this what is this?
It just looks like another overview picture or video of the farm.
Okay. Do you see the semis in the photograph to the right?
In the lower right?
In the middle right? Do you see the light, the object that's lit up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What is that?
I can't tell from here.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
That would be the JCB.
Okay. And is
And
this
Dale.
the point in time that you started using video?
Yes.
Okay. People's 171, again, timestamp 21:02:26, and that's from the drone video itself, or?
Correct.
Okay. People's 172, 21:02:50. What's that?
Just another picture monitoring him.
And 173 is just a zoomed in of 172, would that be accurate?
Correct.
Now, I believe you indicated when you were taking this footage that you kept saying it was Dale that was moving it.
Yes.
And describe to me how you know that.
From my interaction earlier with him during the day. I'm sorry, let me correct that. Not my interaction, but overhearing the interaction that he had with Lieutenant Reckner and Detective Greca.
Okay, and so were you able to observe him at that time?
I was.
During the course of your employment, did you become familiar with anhydrous ammonia?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with it?
Being a hazardous material technician, it's part of our training, and then because of the community that we live in, it's a possible exposure, and there have been incidences.
Okay. Describe anhydrous ammonia to me. What is it?
Anhydrous ammonia, anhydrous means without water, so it's 100% ammonia. NH3 is the makeup, chemical makeup of it.
Okay.
It's an alkaline fertilizer that's put into the ground.
And is it a hazardous material?
It is a hazardous material.
And you said it was something you trained for because of the nature of your employment and where you worked. Is that?
Correct. The area that we're in, there's a lot of farming in this area.
Did you in fact deal with that during the course of your employment?
Yes.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 162. Do you see the green placards, so on the front and the side of the tanks?
Yeah, the DOT symbol.
What do those mean?
The DOT, this is a DOT symbol showing a compressed gas, non-flammable, with the UN identification number on it for anhydrous ammonia.
Okay. And so you said it's non-flammable?
Correct.
I see a sticker on the right that says anhydrous ammonia inhalation hazard.
Correct.
Can you tell me about that?
The placard itself, and with the sticker that says inhalation hazard, just alerts first responders that this would cause an inhalation hazard. It's a non-flammable gas. It would cause an inhalation hazard, and
When you say inhalation hazard, what do you mean?
if you breathe it in. So anhydrous lacks water, so it has an affinity to water. So as soon as it's exposed to the air, it attracts water and it forms ammonia hydroxide. So if you would inhale that into your mucous membranes, into your eyes, your nose, it would immediately cause burning and bronchospasm if you inhale it. Severe cases, airway burns, swelling, pulmonary edema, and even death.
Okay. So I have an anhydrous ammonia tank and it's full. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. How would I apply that to a field?
It's usually applied with injectors into the ground.
Okay. And if you indicated that sometimes you may have anhydrous ammonia emergencies, what would an anhydrous ammonia emergency be?
Usually when one of the lines would come undone, come loose from the injector, or sometimes a relief valve would go off if it got too warm or froze up.
Okay, and at those times, would that be under the anhydrous ammonia still be under pressure?
Yes.
What does it mean to bleed off the anhydrous ammonia?
Just to like bleed the tank off?
Yes.
Open it up and let it drain to the atmosphere or bleed up to the atmosphere.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking? Or are you talking about when you nurse from one tank to the other tank, to try to empty it.
I'm asking to explain how you would empty that tank.
I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this, if you bleed off, if a tank were empty and not full, and you were to bleed off the anhydrous ammonia, what is the risk, the inhalation risk at that point?
Well, a tank is never empty until it is purged completely and cleaned. So according to DOT standards, it has to be purged and cleaned before it can be unplacarted. Otherwise, you have to treat it as a full tank.
Okay. Is there a higher risk when the tank is full of anhydrous?
Then if it doesn't have any in it,
Correct.
no, there's still a risk.
Okay. A higher risk.
There's a higher risk if it's full, yes.
Okay. If you were exposed to a small amount of anhydrous ammonia, what would the symptoms or signs of that be?
If it's on your skin, you would have,
Objection, what is a small amount?
Let's say you have a tank and you have about a quarter inch of anhydrous ammonia in it, and you're exposed to that. Let me clarify. How would it affect your respiratory system?
it would cause shortness of breath. You'd immediately, it acts as an asphyxiant, so it replaces the oxygen. As soon as it come into contact with any moisture, it would form that alkali substance that could cause burning. You could get airway swelling, coughing, tightness in your chest, difficulty in breathing.
Okay. And have you ever observed the chemical burns?
Yes.
What about burns from anhydrous ammonia?
Yes, burns and frostbite.
So tell me about the appearance of a burn from chemical or anhydrous ammonia.
Chemical burn is usually characterized by, well, in the case of ammonia, because it's an alkaline substance, it forms like a wet, slimy layer because it goes deep into the skin. There's usually there's undefined origins. It doesn't meet a pattern. If it's from a spill, there's rundown, or a splash, it's rundown. Could have white, tarry. Now, if it's something more acidic chemical burn, those usually form like a scab to prevent further penetration.
Okay. I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 74. Does that look consistent with a chemical burn?
No.
Why not?
Objection. Chief Rank has not been qualified as an expert in anhydrous ammonia and chemical burns. I think we've allowed him a lot of latitude to talk about his experience, but there's nothing in the record that he can diagnose that.
Yeah, he's not diagnosing it, but in his training and experience, since being with Madison Township since 1999, as well as being part of the hazardous material and emergency management team, he's familiar with chemical burns and ammonia, anhydrous ammonia burns.
He's offering an opinion that would require him to be certified as an expert, in my opinion. So are you requesting that?
At this time, I move to qualify Mr. Rank as an expert in hazardous material.
We received no notice of that. We don't have a CV. We don't have a report from him about his experience in offering an opinion on chemical burns. So we would object to that.
Okay, I would sustain the objection for the reasons stated.
Thank you. I believe you indicated that, correct me if I'm wrong, that anhydrous ammonia is not explosive.
Correct.
I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 100. I'm going to have you look at this tank. I want you to look at the design toward the back end of the tank underneath that Farmer's Antique sign. Have you ever observed an anhydrous tank with this design?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Good morning. Is it chief rank?
Chief Rank, Mr. Rank, that's fine. I'm retired, so.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll still call you chief. You worked and got that title. So when you were talking about anhydrous ammonia, were you talking about liquid or gas or both?
Well, it's stored as a liquid, but it's released as a gas.
And so when you were talking about sort of the hazardous material training and the things that you have dealt with, that's both gas and liquid.
Yes,
So that's your training.
correct.
Now, why would with all due respect, why would the fire department chief get training in anhydrous ammonia and in hazardous materials in general?
Because before I was a fire chief, I was a line firefighter. So I had 30 years of firefighting experience. So that was prior to me becoming the chief. So I maintained the hazardous material technician certification.
And why would a firefighter have to learn about anhydrous ammonia?
Well, we have a hazardous material team in Lenawee County to respond to any hazardous material emergencies, and anhydrous would fall under that.
So I guess when I think of a fire department, I think of a fire. So if there's a fire, they come out and or possibility of a fire and things like that. Is your department, are they coming out for other issues as well?
Yes.
So for instance, if a tank is being cut open and a fire truck is there, is it a concern that there's going to be a fire, or there's concern about hazardous material, or both?
You would have to clarify. I mean, how would we get notified?
So if the police notified you?
That they were cutting a tank?
Yes.
It would all I mean, I guess it would all depend. The fire department could come out. It would depend on the circumstances, though, I guess. I would need more information in order to make an answer on that.
Sure. So what information would you need?
Well, the circumstances surrounding it, first off. What kind of a tank is it? Does it have any markings on it?
So it was tank 34 that you just saw.
Okay.
So when that tank was cut open by law enforcement, there were fire trucks, or at least a fire truck on the scene. So why would a fire truck be there?
Because as part of our duty as a fire department is response to hazardous material incidents. So if they were going to cut that open, like I said earlier, a tank is placarded. It is never deemed empty until it is completely cleaned and purged. So they would have to stand by in case, because there's probably a residual of ammonia in there.
And what would the fire department do? So what would their role be?
To stand by, if there's any release, they would have to contain and control the spill.
And how would they contain and control the spill?
Usually with water. If it's cut open, then they would have to let it bleed off and just douse it with water, keep everybody away in a safe distance until protect the area from contamination.
Now, the April 27th, 2021 date, you indicated that you were there as part of the drone team?
Correct.
And you were on the Munger property twice, correct? Once during the day and then once later on, let's say kind of early evening, the 9 or 10 o'clock hour. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Do you recall how long you were there for the evening session?
I don't.
Were you there for hours?
I couldn't tell you. I really don't know.
When we saw some of the images that were taken with the drone, they looked like they were fairly well lit. Do you do anything to lighten up those photographs?
No.
And might sound like a silly question, but you weren't in disguise. You were there as part of the law enforcement team, correct?
I was there as part of the county drone team.
Part of the county drone team. You didn't sneak onto the property, though, correct?
No.
You were visible to Mr. Warner?
In the daytime or the nighttime?
Both.
Well, yeah, we were visible both times.
Both times you were visible to him, correct?
Yes.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
You were asked about if you lightened up the photographs on the drone footage.
Yes.
Can you explain to me the lighting situation with the drone stuff?
The problem with the drone is that the camera and the video are separate. So the camera is a different camera. There's two cameras tied to it. The video is a 4K video camera. It has better settings than what the actual photo or the camera option offers. And so when you go from areas that are lit to darker areas, you can have that exposure. The blurriness can be caused by wind or any other obstacles in the way.
Okay, so did you yourself go in and change any of the lighting settings or anything?
We did not.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. Tell me who the people standing to the right of that truck are.
That would be myself, Nick Wilson, and Scott Damon.
Okay, and for the record, the timestamp's 8:57 and 30 seconds. People's Exhibit 65. Same thing?
Yes.
All right. When that, in People's Exhibit 64, it appears that truck is directly in front of you. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And when did that truck drive by you?
It did.
How many people were in that truck, if you remember?
2.
Can you describe the truck?
It was a black vehicle.
Okay. Did you recognize the people inside the truck?
I recognized the passenger,
And who was the passenger?
Dale Warner.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 66. What's this?
That's the JCB with Dale in it.
Okay, and that's driving directly in front of you?
Correct.
And again, People's Exhibit 67. Can you see what that is from there?
It's the JCB in the background with us
Okay.
recording.
People's 68, timestamp 8:58 p.m. Again, is that still you in that photograph?
It is.
All right. And the JCB in the background?
Correct.
People's 69, 9 p.m. Are you still in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you observe this happening?
Yes.
All right. And what is happening?
The JCB is backed by the anhydrous ammonia tank.
Okay. Is there a tank? Can you see the tank on there at this point?
Not in this picture, no.
Okay.
That's better, yeah.
Can you see it now when I zoom it in?
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 70. Again, are you in that photograph?
I am.
Okay. What do we observe?
The tank loaded onto the front of the JCB and Dale moving it.
And People's 71. Again, is that you?
Yes.
All right. And is this approximately when you started recording the video?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Nothing additional, thank you.
And are we using Mr. Rank? Sorry, we have. Defense has any objection to asking either of them?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. First question, is it normal for a relief valve to have a cover over it?
It depends what kind of tank it is. But typically, no.
Do you remember Mr. Warner's words when he asked you to leave?
Yeah, he said he had to go back to farming and we could come back the next day if we wanted, but he just had too much stuff to do and he didn't want us on the property.
Okay. Ms. Wise, any follow-up based on those questions?
Yes. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 98. Do you see the end of that tank?
Yes.
You were just asked about a relief valve.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
That's the relief valve.
And would that be the typical way that you would see those?
Yes. On this type of a tank, yes.
When you were asked to leave the property on April 27th, 2021, do you remember anything additional that was said to you regarding other properties you may be able to search?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Chief Frank, when you were asked to leave the property and the others, did you leave?
We did.
And then you came back a number of hours later?
Yes.
No additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Right, are we excusing Mr. Frank from his subpoena at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you.
May we approach?
You may. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break at this point for lunch so that the attorney can address an issue with respect to the exhibit he had reported. So we will break for now. I'll ask you to be back around 1:30. We'll try to start at 1:30. I do have one unrelated arraignment that I have to conduct at 1:30. So I will do that. It should take 5 to 10 minutes, so hopefully we'll be starting shortly after that. In the meantime, I'll just remind you that during the trial, you should not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence that you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must have the ability to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Thank you, and we'll see you at about 1:30.
we need to change this to something.
You got a picture?
I got pictures.
I have a picture, yes. Ward? All right, so.
My audio too is bouncing right now.
Oh.
Mine's bouncing on one level. I'm getting nothing.
Well, yeah, I can see why that's. Okay.
Oh, my picture's back now, and audio. There you go. All better.
All right. And you said you were getting audio too?
I'm getting a bouncing on the screen.
Okay, yep.
All right.
Okay, this is file 24-219. Here today to continue the arraignment that we started this morning. Ma'am, your Tessa Renee will be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Woolley, have you seen a copy of the warrant?
I think they gave it to you earlier, yeah.
Okay. The warrant alleges a number of probation violations, technical violation, that is that you were in possession of controlled substance without permission. There are 4 counts of non-technical violations, 2 counts of being charged with prisoner in possession of contraband, 1 count of tampering with evidence, and 1 count of delivery or manufacture of a controlled substance. You do it? Sorry, we're having another recording system.
check, 1, 2, 3, mic check, 1, 2, 3, checking the mic, 1, 2, 3, mic check, 1, 2, 3, mic check. So I'm gonna check yours too. What's that? Check, check, 1, 2, 3, mic check, 1, 2, 3, check, 1, 2, 3. Microphone check, microphone check. 1, 2, 3. Checking of the mic, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, that's nice. Is this it right here?
Yep.
Check, microphone check, 1, 2, 3. Checking of the mic, 1, 2, 3. Microphone check, 1, 2, 3. Maybe 2, 3. Microphone realistically, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Microphone check, 1, 2, 2.
Yeah, okay, cool. Maybe we can
Microphone
again
check,
talk
1, 2, 3.
about what he's thinking. Just
Check, check, check.
Yeah.
Microphone check.
I just want to make a note so that.
yes, maybe when we're done.
Microphone check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. You got it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, people may call their next case.
The people called Dale Sharp.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Dale Sharp, it's DALESHARP.
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
Lenawee County Sheriff's Department.
And are you still with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department?
That's correct.
What is your title?
Detective.
How long have you been a detective?
16 years.
How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Department in total?
26 years.
Prior to April of 2021, did you know Dee Warner?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
Previous law enforcement contact when I was in uniform.
All right, so how long prior to 2021 would that have been?
Good 10 years or so.
Okay. What about Dale Warner? Did you know him prior to April of 2021?
Yes, I did.
How did you know him?
Went to school with him.
Were you involved in this case?
Yes.
How were you involved?
I assisted Detective Greca with search warrants, interviewing people, what else, photographing stuff, and so forth.
Were you part of a search warrant that was executed April 27th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
Who did you go to the residence with?
Detective Greca.
What was his role?
He was the lead investigator on it.
What does that mean?
He was in charge of the search warrant and what was going on that day.
So, have you ever executed a search warrant as a detective with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I have.
And how many approximately do you think you've executed?
Several. 10 or more, at least.
And as the lead detective, what types of things would you be in charge of?
Of the scene and what evidence is going to be collected, determining how the search warrant is going to be executed, steps that are going to be taken, make sure the scene is secure, no one can come or go from the scene.
Okay, and so...
And he'd be the person that you would ask for, you to go to that person if you had something, hey, this might be of interest, and he would help you he would make the determination if that was of interest or not.
All right. So you discussed securing the scene. What does that mean?
Not letting anyone come or go from the scene. It'd be taped off, or we'd have law enforcement around to try to secure a perimeter.
What happens if somebody's already on the scene?
They would stay there.
Did that happen in this case on April 27th, 2021?
No, it did not.
Okay. What time approximately did you get to the property?
I would say 8:30 or so.
Did you yourself have a body camera on at that time?
No, I did not.
All right. What was your role supposed to be that night?
My role that night was to photograph the buildings and such.
When you arrived at the Munger residence, who was there?
Detective Greca was there, and when I arrived there, I believe Jaron was there.
All right. And who's Jaron?
The son to Dale.
What's the first thing that Detective Greca does when you arrive on the scene?
He makes contact with 2 young females at the house.
Do you know if he's on the phone at this point in time?
It appears he is, but I don't know who he's on the phone with.
Did Detective Greca have on a body cam?
Yes.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 214.
Whatever. So I went to visit my dad when I was talking to you, and my partner did type up a search warrant. We do have that. I'm standing here with both of your daughters at the front door. I'm sorry, side door. And I'll explain everything to you. We do. It is for the dogs, the drone thing. So basically, what we saw earlier. As of right now, we're not going in your house. We already went through there. So it's just a matter of the dogs just completely. See. My recorder's going right now. It wasn't for a second. It's going right now, so the whole thing will be recorded. If you want to come home, you absolutely can. If you don't want to come home, you don't need to. As far as what we're going to do, we're just. Yeah, drones. That's exactly it. Yeah, the dogs. One dog is here already. The other dog is, I think, about 20 minutes out. I just wanted to tell you, obviously, that you're not here. Just like to keep you updated. I'm not trying to hide anything from you, but if we come to the prop boss and said we come tomorrow, that in the event there's something suspicious or someone doing some bull crap activity, then how can we say anything? This will shut up the other side of the family. You get that? Well, no, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. You're 100% right. It will not shut up the other family, but at least I've done everything I can at that point. And you. Yep, and we will, there's paperwork on that, so we will drop, if you're home by then, it's going to take a little while, well over an hour, I'm sure. If you're home, I can give you the paperwork. If you're not home, I can leave it with your daughter, and that's it. If you got any questions, I'll have my phone on the whole time, so just give me a holler, okay? All right, thanks. Yeah, bye.
Thank you.
Yep.
See this, where I've got the body camera paused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who is that?
That is me on the right with the sheriff bulletproof vest on, and Jaren's to my left.
All right,
To the left on the screen.
and at this time, are you guys talking about anything?
Just simple talk. I bring up, I mentioned to him I had been out to the house before, and we were talking about the remodel work, and I was impressed with what they did, changing from an old farmhouse to what it was now.
Okay. And Detective Greco comes down, does Detective Greco come down and have a conversation with you or Jaren?
With Jaren mainly.
Are you a family member or is this, okay, what's your, who's? Dale. Okay, all right, thanks. Get rid of this stuff. Good. Yep. Yep.
I don't want to damage anything, but it is the buildings here, so if something like that, the building. Yeah. Yeah, great. So you know. Yep.
And where are you located at after Detective Greco places his body camera inside his vehicle?
I would say somewhere near the rear of his vehicle, near mine.
Okay, and who's standing there with you?
Officer Taff, or Canine Handler Taff from MSP.
Is there anybody else standing there with you?
Not that I recall.
Okay, were you standing near Detective Greco and Jaren?
Yes, I was close enough where I could hear the conversation.
All right. At some point, does Detective Greco ask Jaren if he knows when his dad will be back?
Yes.
All right, and do you know what his response is?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll withdraw the question. I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 81. And is that just a still shot from that body camera on 427?
Yes, ma'am.
And the timestamp in the corner is military time, I'm assuming?
Yes.
And it's 20:42:01?
Yes.
So whose vehicle are you directly in front of in that photograph?
Detective Grekus.
Okay. After you speak with Jaren and Detective Greco, what do you do next?
After Kevin finishes his conversation with Jaren, he mentions to me that I should probably start at the mailbox taking photos.
Okay, and who
Kevin says
Okay.
that to me, Detective Greco.
And did you do that?
That's correct.
All right. After, I want you to go ahead and go to that map and show me where the mailbox is on that map. 263. Oh, there's a, if you look on the stand, yes, use the pointer, please.
Thank you. I would say it's approximately right here.
Okay. That will extend if you pull it out.
Okay. I'm new with this. I apologize. How about right there?
From the mailbox, where did you go take pictures next?
I proceed east along Munger, so I take pictures of the front of the house, and continue on, taking pictures to capture, what I could see from the roadway. And then proceeded on, taking pictures of this building, in front of the building, walked up and took kind of a close-up, if you want to call it that.
I'm going to stop
Sorry.
you real quick. Did you, when you said you took pictures, are you talking just the front of the building or inside?
Just the front of it.
Okay, go ahead.
Exterior pictures.
Okay, go ahead.
So as I'm walking east, I am taking exterior pictures. Okay, I continue on. I want to say this is the area, like the front of their business, Warag or whatever, I believe that's what it's called. So I kind of get off the roadway or get close enough where I could capture that picture, showing the sign indicating that's the business area or the office area. Then I proceed up this way, and I start taking pictures. I start taking pictures of this, like turning cakes in it. So you can see, I think that's a tank. I don't recall or remember without looking at a picture. And then I continue on taking more pictures. Then I proceed this way, like I said. So once I get out in here, I take a picture this way, picture this way, picture that way. I got 360 degrees, I'm taking pictures. Then I proceed over to here, to building 7. Same principle, taking pictures of the exterior, then I enter this building and take pictures of the interior of the building.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 174. What building is that?
Building 7, that's me standing somewhere out here taking a picture inside.
Okay, so this was your photograph that you took on April
Correct.
27th?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
And did you walk inside that building?
Yes, I did.
People's Exhibit 175, what is that?
That's inside. That would be me inside this building on this corner, shooting towards. So if I was standing over in that corner, I'd be shooting a picture towards that corner.
Okay, so you were standing at the east side of the building?
East corner, southeast corner.
Okay. And we see a tank in this photograph, and it looks like it has an 8 on that?
Correct.
Okay, and do you remember that tank in that building?
Yes.
All right. People's Exhibit 176, what is this?
So same, but now I'm walking, I'm a visual guy, sorry, I apologize. So if I'm at this corner, I'm walking along that wall to that point. Now I'm taking a picture back to where I initially was standing.
Okay, so just the opposite end of that spray burn.
Yes, so that'd be the northeast corner of the building.
People's,
So that'd be like right there.
all right.
That corner.
People's 177.
So then that'd be me. Yeah, that'd be. For some reason, it looks like I made a. Yeah, I'm taking another picture. So yeah, I come down to this corner and take this one.
Okay. And again, that's your photograph from April 27th,
Correct.
2021, correct?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 178, is that also your photograph?
Yes.
All right.
So now I am standing, like, remember that big bay door that was open? So I'm standing like right there shooting towards the west along that wall to capture that entry door from the outside and the stuff that you really can't see from the corner that I shoot from, the picture from.
At some point in time while you're taking photographs, do you make contact with Dale Warner?
Yes, I do.
All right. Tell me about it.
So while I'm taking pictures, Dale is moving a tank. I don't know where the tank is coming from. It's an anhydrous tank, and he puts it in that building.
Okay. And then what does he do?
Then he takes another tank out.
Do you know-
Another anhydrous tank.
Do you know where he put that anhydrous tank that he took out?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you notify anybody of this?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you tell?
Detective Greca. And
When you were given the task of taking photos, were you also given any other direction?
we were directed, besides, no, yeah, the only other task or direction I was given is we were told to allow Dale to operate the farm and not interfere with him operating his business at the farm.
When was the last time you had anything to do on the Warner case?
I think when the state police came and got the stuff, I would say. I can't tell you exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
You're welcome.
Detective Sharp, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, ma'am. How are you doing this
Good,
afternoon?
thank you.
You're very welcome.
So I represent Mr. Warner, and I have just a few questions for you this afternoon. When you were assigned to the case with Detective Greca, were you the lead, was he the lead, or were you peers?
He was the lead.
He was the lead.
Correct.
Is that the norm, that there's a lead investigator on a case or a lead detective, and then the other people assist where needed?
That's correct.
And you worked on the case with Detective Greca from roughly April, towards the end of April 2021, through when the Michigan State Police took over?
I think when they formed a task force.
Were you involved with the task force?
No, I was not.
Okay, so when the task force came to be, and that was the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department, Michigan State Police, and the FBI?
Yeah, I believe so.
And so once that came to pass, you stepped back?
Correct.
And you worked at the direction of Detective Greca?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you had had prior contact with D. Warner. And do you recall why that was?
I believe it was a verbal domestic.
Objection, relevance.
Let me clarify. It did not involve Mr. Warner, correct?
They weren't. I believe they weren't married at the time.
Okay. It was Ms. Warner and another person?
Or a minor child.
Okay. So I just want to clarify that. So the issue was Ms. Warner and another family member, not Mr. Warner.
Correct.
Thank you. And when you were talking about April 27th, 2021, I want to make sure I understand. So you were photographing Building 7. We've heard that called all kinds of different things, the spray barn, the load barn, but that's what you were photographing, correct?
Correct.
And you were inside the building?
Correct.
And Mr. Warner came in with a machine and put a tank in there? Or came in with a vehicle and put a tank in there?
He either came, either as I was exiting the building, we had contact somewhere near that building, either inside or outside. I can't recall which one.
Sure. So either inside Building 7 or right out front of Building 7?
Correct.
So he came in with that tank and you were roughly in that vicinity, correct? And you communicated with him?
Yes.
And then he moved it sounds like the rusty tank that was in there, and you're saying he removed that?
He removed the tank, yes.
Thank you. And then one final sort of little series of questions. You did a number of different things on this case, not just the things that you spoke about here in court today, correct?
Correct.
You were involved in interviews, right?
Yes.
Lots of other searches, things like that?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no
Yes.
for the record. Everybody does that. Everybody does that. One of the other things that you did was you photographed text messages that Ms. Warner had received and also sent to Terry Nayrink, and that's Terri Nayrink. Is
Yes.
that accurate?
Terry Nayrink, yes.
And then you also photographed text messages received and sent to Terry Nayrink, Terry, correct?
Husband and wife, yes.
And that was Terry with the Y. He had been an employee of Ms. Warner's, correct?
Correct.
And then Terry with an I had been his wife, possibly ex-wife at the time.
I think current wife.
Current wife, okay. Thank you so much. No additional questions.
You're welcome.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You are we excusing Detective Sharp?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't know if the jurors had any questions.
Thank you. Didn't know that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
For you.
If you Justin Schmidt.
Good afternoon, sir. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, move in and have a seat.
I just ask you to hold on to that just for a second. Okay. Okay. Just tell us your name
Justin Schmidt,
and spell it for the record.
JUSTINSCHMIDT.
Okay. And Mr. Schmidt, what do you do for a living?
I am an educator, and I am also a welding engineer for JCS Welding Services.
And you say you're in education. What kind of educational job do you have?
I have taught welding and welding-related courses for both secondary and post-secondary institutions since about 2010.
Is your education also in welding?
It is. My formal education is from Ferris State University in welding engineering technology, and I have graduate courses in career and technical education through Western Michigan University.
In what years were those degrees?
The welding engineering degree was in 2005, and my studies at Western, I believe, concluded in about 2014.
Okay. And had you been welding even before going into it professionally or going for education?
Yes. I think I first started welding when I was about 12.
Okay. What kind of credentials do you have that relate to welding?
I am a certified welding inspector, CWI, carry that credential, a certified welding educator. I'm also a certified welding inspector for Crown Castle, which is for cell towers.
Okay. And so you go around inspecting and get paid for it?
That's correct.
Okay. And then do you actually teach welding also?
I do. My 9-to-5 job is in education, both secondary and post-secondary.
All right, and let's talk about secondary education. What are you doing in secondary education that relates to welding?
I teach the welding technology program at the LISD Tech Center.
And approximately how many students do you have?
40.
And were some of those students recently in a competition?
They were.
And how did they do?
They did very well. They went to the Skills USA regional competition in Lansing last week, and 6 of the students that we took, 6 out of 15, placed well enough to go on to state competition in April.
All right, great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What about post-secondary?
Post-secondary, I teach for Jackson College. Again, welding and welding-related courses, and have done so since 2012.
Okay. And back to that competition that your students were just in, had you been a judge at any point in that competition or one like it?
Yes, actually I was a judge for the state finals prior to my students being involved with Skills USA.
Okay. And at the secondary level, can you explain the facility that you teach in?
It is an educational facility. It has both a classroom for theory portion of class and a large laboratory with various pieces of welding equipment, fabrication equipment, automation equipment, that sort of thing.
Okay. So full-time teaching welding, and then part-time you got your own business that you do welding inspections and certifications.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And can you certify others as certified welders?
Yes, as a CWI, that gives you the credentialing to be able to do that, qualify the individual for a certified welding process.
Okay. Your Honor, I tender Mr. Schmidt as an expert in the inspection, certification, fabrication, and testing of welding, welders and welding.
We'll leave that to the discretion of the court. Thank you.
I will so certify.
Thank you, Your Honor. How did you get involved with this case?
I was contacted by the Michigan State Police and asked to do an inspection on a vessel.
Okay. And showing you what's been entered as People's 100. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is an anhydrous ammonia tank on a running gear.
Okay. And number 34, correct?
Correct.
Is that the one you inspected?
It is.
Okay. How many times?
4 times total.
And what did you do each time, just in general speaking?
The first time went and looked at basically all of the welding on the tank, and the second time went back and looked at the inside. A repair weld was seen from the first inspection. Went back the second time and looked at the inside of the tank where the repair weld was. Came back the third time to look at another portion of the tank, and again a fourth time to compare photos with the actual tank.
Okay. So you indicated a second ago that there was an obvious repair weld, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and in terms of this photo, do you know where the obvious repair weld was?
The repair weld would be in the rear, far left side in this photo of the tank.
Okay, where I've blown it up?
Correct.
Okay, and then the very first time you saw the tank, was it in this condition or something else?
The very first time I seen it, it was on the running gear like that, but the right-hand side, the domed portion of the tank, the end cap, had been removed.
Okay, so this front end?
Correct.
Okay. How did you determine that the back weld was an obvious repair weld?
Based on there's 3 welds on the tank, 3 factory welds. When it's manufactured, 1 in the center and 1 on each end, adhering the domes to the tank. Comparing the weld at the rear of the tank that was still there with the weld in the center of the tank that was a factory weld, along with visibly looking at the repair weld itself, where you could still see remnants of the factory weld underneath it.
Okay. Let me show you what's been entered as People's 269. Did you take this photograph?
I did.
Okay, and why? What is it showing?
This photograph shows the approximate width from toe to toe of the factory weld.
And which factory weld are you looking at?
This is a weld in the center of the tank.
Okay. And I don't know, can you, for the jury's benefit, can you read what the width is?
0.811.
And that's in what unit?
In inches.
Okay. Then People's 270. That also says 801. Is that a different place?
That is a different spot, correct?
Okay. And again, People's 271, 801, different place?
Correct.
Okay, so did you go, how many readings did you take out of the middle weld, do you think?
I would say probably 10 to 12 readings around.
Okay, and were they all fairly consistent?
They were.
All right. Showing you what's 272. Can you read the gauge in this photo?
0.546 inches.
Okay, and which weld is that?
This is the repair weld.
Okay. Do you think that difference in 0.3 of an inch is significant?
It is, yes.
And how many readings approximately did you take of the repair weld?
Again, probably the same 10 to 12.
All right, and were they all about a little over half an inch?
They varied. I would say within 180 thousandths, probably.
Okay. Could you tell what process had been used to create the repair weld?
I could.
How?
Based on the weld bead itself of the repair weld, the bead profile, the ripple pattern that was in it, and then the distance in between starts and stops.
Okay, and let's start with that last one. What does that tell us, the difference between starts and stops?
So the distance between the starts and stops, if it is a greater distance, would limit us to what process could be used. It would have to be a process that continuously fed a wire electrode. A process similar that could be used, such as like a stick welding operation or shielded metal arc welding. You're limited on how far you can actually weld because your electrode is only so long before you have to change it and restart again.
So is this a difference between welding with a piece of metal that's however long, a foot or whatever it is, versus a continuous spool of wire?
That's correct.
Okay, and which one is this?
This would be the spool of wire.
And do you remember what the longest distance between any of the stops and starts was?
The longest I measured in between starts and stops was 16 inches.
Okay. And could you go 16 inches with a quote-unquote stick welder?
You could not.
And do you remember how many starts and stops there were in total around the circumference of that repair weld?
I identified 11 starts and stops.
Could you tell anything, well, so based on that, again, remind us, what kind of a welder are we talking about?
So we're talking about a gas metal arc welding process, also commonly referred to as MIG welding or wire welding.
Okay. And could you tell anything about the welding machine itself based on the repair weld that you inspected?
Based on the size and the profile of the weld, and then again the distance between starts and stops, we could determine that it was a larger machine, something you would not classify as a hobby machine. Most likely 220 volts and a duty cycle greater of 40%.
Showing you People's 293. Are you familiar with that machine?
I am.
How are you familiar with that?
I have spent many hours operating that exact model of machine before.
Okay. This isn't yours in particular?
No, it's not.
Okay. But you've used this many times?
That's correct.
What is it?
That is a Miller manufacturer, Miller brand, Miller-Matic Model 252.
Okay. And do you know, does that meet the specs that you just described in terms of what kind of welder would have made that repair weld?
It does.
Okay. When you say the profile and what was the other term you used? Of the weld, I'm sorry, the profile and
the profile, the ripple pattern, and then the distance between starts and stops.
Okay. I want to make sure I had that right. Could you tell if this weld was done by hand or a machine?
I could.
How could you tell that?
Basically, whenever I examined the weld, it was evident that there was a lot of inconsistencies in the weld itself, both profile-wise, direction, path of travel, a lot of inconsistent parts in the height of the reinforcement. Those inconsistencies would lead to a determination of human error, essentially, and not an automated process.
Okay. Showing you People's 273. Does this illustrate some of those things?
It does.
Can you tell us how?
So it's a little hard to see, probably as small as this picture is, but there is spatter in this picture, which is a defect that we can see. There is what we would consider concavity in the center of the bead.
Let me stop you on spatter. Can you describe from the picture what we should look for when we're looking for spatter?
Your spatter is going to be the small, they look like kind of like BBs on the outside of the weld.
Okay, is that spatter right there?
Correct.
Okay, and then there's some more down here.
Correct.
Down here farther. Is all that spatter?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, what was the second thing?
The other thing is concavity within the bead. We can see that it is a concave shape in spots and not concave in other spots, which would lead us to believe that the travel speed varied a little bit as it went across.
Okay.
Also, the general width of the bead being narrower in spots and wider in spots is also indicative of that.
Okay.
A little bit further down in the same photo, yeah, you can see where we had a large variation in the path of travel for the speed.
Okay, and to describe that, what you're talking about, the path of travel?
So we can see as the weld comes down from the top of the screen to about the center, we can see it run off to the left-hand side, off of essentially where we would assume the joint is behind that, and then pick back up underneath after a start and stop, and then resume moving forward further down.
Okay, so are you indicating that the path of travel comes down like this and then goes off to the left?
That's correct.
Okay. Whereas the bead continues on straight down here.
Correct.
Okay. Showing you 274. Does that give us some idea of the scale that we're talking about with that when the path of travel ran off?
It does, yes.
Okay. Does 275 tell us anything else about the weld?
Again, general discontinuities located within the weld, and a, for lack of better terms, a sloppy appearance.
Okay. So it wasn't just one spot, it was multiple spots that you had identified?
Correct.
So as an inspector, how would you evaluate this weld that you saw?
As an inspector, to do a formal inspection, it would have to adhere to a specific welding code. And there is no welding codes that I have worked with that this would be acceptable in.
So were you able to form an opinion about the level of skill and or training of the person who did this weld?
I did.
What was your opinion?
My opinion was that it was somebody who had prior welding experience, so they were somewhat familiar with the process, but did not identify as having maybe formal weld training at the time that this was produced.
Are you able to tell the difference between somebody who is not highly skilled and someone who is in a rush?
That's a pretty broad question. To answer that, if you were in a rush and you had a high level of training, or we'll say a medium to high level of training, that rush job would definitely impact your final product.
Okay. What if you had a medium amount of training? What would a rush do at that point?
That would definitely affect it even more so.
Okay. It would be worse?
Correct.
Showing you 276, and specifically looking at the bottom of this photograph. Could you explain what that is?
That's an indication of a weld discontinuity that was then ground down to improve the appearance and shape.
Okay. And what would be used to grind it down?
Typically, you would use an angle grinder with an abrasive wheel.
And just looking at people's 50 in the left hand, is that relevant to what you just testified to?
That would be an abrasive wheel that would be applicable to an angle grinder, correct?
Okay, and that would be something you could use to grind down a high spot in a weld?
Yes.
Could you tell the path of travel in terms of which way the weld was formed, from top to bottom or around the tank, or how?
Yes, I could.
And what was your finding on that?
That it was done in the vertical down position.
Okay. And so with starting from the top to the bottom, and then top to bottom on the other side?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you see that told you that?
There was a couple different things that I noticed to make that determination. One was the amount of buildup on the horizontal portion or the top of the weld before it transitioned to vertical, where it then became less buildup and slightly concave.
Okay, so I'm showing you 277. Is that in this picture?
It is.
Okay, where?
And it's kind of hard to see from from this picture, but at the top, there is much more weld reinforcement at the top of the weld,
Okay.
where gravity is not having as much of an effect on the weld. It's actually putting it right where you're trying to make the weld. And then as we get further down and we transition into the vertical portion of the weld, we can see that it gets more concave as gravity essentially works against us and tries to pull the weld down. We can also see a distinct ripple pattern in that transition that indicates also a vertical down weld.
Okay, so we're looking at these arrows, for lack of a better term?
Correct.
Ripples, you called them?
Yes.
And how does that tell us anything?
So on a vertical down weld, you have to move faster than you do, say, in a vertical up position because of gravity. Your molten weld pool, if you don't move fast enough, can outrun where your welding arc is at. And as gravity tries to pull your weld down, you have to use the arc force, essentially the force coming out of the electric arc, to push the weld back up against gravity where you want it. And that's what creates this arrow shape, or what we call a ripple, pointing in the upward direction.
Could this tank have been welded from the bottom up?
Meaning, is it?
No, I mean, like, if you were to do this yourself, is it physically possible to start at the bottom and go up, or do you have to start at the top and go down?
No, it is possible to weld vertical up, and the code that would this tank would be under ASME Section 9, which is Boiler and Pressure Vessel Code for repair, actually would require it to be welded vertical up.
Okay, so I think if I understood you correctly, if a vessel's going to be pressurized, the code says you got to go bottom up.
That's correct.
Okay. Which one is easier and faster?
Vertical down welding essentially is easier because while gravity can hinder what the bead looks like, it is easier to put in where you're not trying to stack. It doesn't take as much technique to perform the vertical down weld as it does, say, a vertical up. And a vertical down weld is much faster than a vertical up.
Okay. And again, this is vertical down.
Correct.
Showing you People's 288. Why did you take this picture?
This picture denotes the difference in height or profile from the end of the cylinder portion of the tank to where the cap or the dome portion was attached.
Okay. And zooming in on that. Are you saying one portion of this is higher than the other?
Correct.
Which portion is higher?
The dome portion or the cap portion is higher than the cylinder portion of the tank.
Do you know why that happened or how?
When these tanks are manufactured, they're manufactured with a submerged arc welding process, and it puts a lot of heat into the part as it's producing it. There's a lot of expansion and contraction forces, and likely that dome portion had a lot of those stresses in there, and of course whenever it's welded, there's clamps involved as well to hold it in place. That freezes those forces, and then whenever it was cut or removed, essentially that domed portion kind of sprung outward.
Okay. So looking at 287, what vantage point are we at here?
This is at the repair weld at the very bottom of the tank, so this is where both sides would have came together at the end of the weld.
Okay, and is the bottom two sections misaligned also, or are those even?
No, the bottom section of both the tank and the domed portion of the cap are in the same plane in this picture.
Okay. So the bottom matches up, but not the top.
Correct.
Do Do you have an idea of what could have been, how this could have been put back together so that the bottom aligned?
Yeah, so obviously if the dome portion kind of sprung out of shape after it was cut, and you go to line it back up, there's going to be sections that, you can't align all of them, right? So you would specifically find a spot where you can align. In this case, it was at the bottom. So something was used probably to line up the bottom, forming essentially a cradle that goes under both sections to hold them in the same plane and line them up.
Okay. Showing you People's 84, and specifically that piece of equipment. Do you know what that is?
The pallet jack?
Correct.
Yep.
What does that do?
So essentially this is a jack that is used to move palletized items around. It moves up and down from the ground, and the two tined forks would then essentially go into a pallet.
Okay. Would that be something that could have been used to keep the bottom edges aligned?
It is a possibility without knowing the definite dimension in between the tines of the pallet jack and how it would fit up to the circumference of the tank. That would be the question. But if it did fit, yes, it definitely could be used.
Okay. And looking at People's 178, specifically these 4x4s laying on the ground, could that have been something that would be used to align the bottom?
Objection is to speculation. So the last one, he said, well, it's a possibility, but I don't know. I think that we're just going to go through a number of items on the farm with Mr. Schmidt saying, I don't know.
This is the last one for what it's worth, Your Honor. And I think he is qualified to say what pieces of equipment that are available could have been used.
I will rule that objection.
Thank you.
Yeah, they could be, definitely. Anything that would essentially create a cradle that the tank could sit on and also the end could sit on could be used.
Okay. And if the tank had a small amount of liquid in it, would it have been possible to do something to keep the liquid from spilling out?
Before it was cut?
Correct.
Yes. So if you lowered one end of the tank that you are not cutting on, that would essentially send the liquid down to the other end where you could cut the opposite end free without getting into the liquid.
Okay. Would that have made it significantly harder to cut the end off or reattach it?
It depends on what angle you had to put the tank to, and how much liquid essentially would be in the tank that you're trying to disperse to the other side. It's a long tank, so if it didn't have a significant amount of liquid in it, more than a few inches, it wouldn't have to drop much on the other end to have everything run to the other side. And that would not create, if it was just an inch or two drop, that would not create too much of a problem on the other end for alignment.
Showing you 281. Now are we on the inside of the tank?
That's correct.
You had to crawl up in there?
Yes.
Okay. What is this picture showing us?
So this picture shows us the inside of essentially where the cut was made that removed the dome portion cap, and then where it was welded back on at. And we can go ahead.
What about this white substance?
So the white substance is a paint drip on the inside of the tank.
Okay, and what does that tell you?
That indicates that it was painted after the repair weld was made, and then the condition of the repair weld was not essentially liquid tight and allowed paint to drip through to the inside. This also indicates that it would not hold a significant amount of pressure after the fact.
Okay. Now showing you 282, again, still inside the tank?
That's correct.
What is this?
This shows us the cut kerf from when the domed portion was removed. This is a backing ring on the inside of the tank. Essentially, in the manufacturing process, this would have been put in there to aid for penetration of the factory weld in a solid seal. And this shows where the cut was made, essentially a little bit of variation off of the center of the backing ring.
Okay. So if we zoom in here, is the backing ring, is this the edge of the top side of the backing ring?
Correct, that is one side of it, yep.
Okay. And then what is this groove right here?
So that is the kerf that was produced when the domed portion was cut from the tank.
Okay, and explain, what is a kerf?
Kerf, whenever you have a cut, essentially of anything, you have material that is removed in essentially a void. The thicker the item used to cut something, the wider the kerf essentially would be.
Okay, and so here, we're inside, so the weld from the outside did not come all the way through and cover up that kerf?
That's correct.
Okay. 283.
Also from inside the tank, another picture of the backing ring, the kerf. This kind of denotes how straight this section of the kerf is, or the cut that was made. And then there's also another spot of paint that leaked through.
Okay. What would be used to make a straight cut like this?
For this cut, whenever the cap was removed from the tank, and an abrasive cutting wheel was used.
Okay. And you can tell that from the straightness of the cut?
Straightness of the cut is one indication. The smooth edges of the cut and the kerf is another. And then here we see slivers or shards that were left behind from that process, and this is very common with that.
Okay, and this is photograph 284. So again, just for clarity, you said there's shards or slivers?
Correct.
And
yep.
Where are those in the picture?
These are the items that look jagged and are hanging down from the backing ring.
Okay. And 285?
More of the same.
Okay. 286?
More of the same. In this photo, we can also see the kerf was wide enough in this spot where we can see the actual repair weld that was made in this groove. And indicative of this picture here, we can see a silicon deposit that was left in the repair weld, and that is very common with a gas metal arc welding process and an ER70S type filler material.
Okay. So a MIG welder?
Correct.
And just for the jury, where do we see that silicone deposit on this picture?
It is the brownish looking item, probably mid screen, that extends out into the weld.
Okay, we're talking about in this area right here?
Correct.
Now, how do you know it wasn't a plasma cutter or a torch?
That originally cut the dome off?
Correct.
Based on the kerf itself, a plasma cutter or like an oxyacetylene torch or an oxypropane torch would have produced a much more ragged, jagged type cut, especially done by a human with human error. A machined process, obviously machined plasma torch or machined oxy-fuel torch could have produced a much smoother cut. But this has no indication of that. There's also no heat indications on the inside that would lead us to believe that a flame was used.
Is a plasma cutter or a torch faster or slower if you're in a hurry than a abrasive cutoff wheel?
So the cutting itself, both plasma and oxy-fuel cutting would be faster than an abrasive wheel, but given and it would depend on obviously the skill of the operator with that plasma torch or with that oxy-fuel torch, but being the fact there would be general inconsistencies in the kerf, it might make it more difficult to make the surfaces back up.
Okay, so if you know you got to put it back together, you might save some time up front. but
Objection leading.
If you got to, sorry, I'll rephrase. If you've got to put it back together, which one would you choose?
The abrasive wheel would give you the best surface to put it back together.
Okay. And looking at People's 38, can you identify those items?
That is a looks like a corded angle grinder, and in the left hand, and in the right hand, that is either cutting or grinding discs.
Okay. And would this be considered an abrasive cutoff wheel and tool?
Yes, correct.
And that could have made that cut?
Yes.
Yeah, moving on to People's 290, what is this a picture of?
This is a picture at the top of the tank, on the end where the repair weld was made, where the dome was attached back to the tank.
All right, and again, where is that in the picture?
The repair weld itself is essentially center screen, and it runs from left to right across the tank.
Okay, and then what about that dot up at the top?
So there is another weld spot where something was attached to this dome portion of the tank.
Okay. And do you have an opinion about how that would have gotten there?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That whenever this dome portion was removed, it would have to be supported in some way so it did not fall. It's obviously not a square item. It's going to be somewhat awkward. So the ideal way to do it would be to attach probably a chain or something in that fashion to hang the item so that when it's cut free, it does not fall.
Okay. I'm showing you 291, which is what?
That is a close-up of that spot.
Okay. And can you explain, can you tell from that where the item that would have been welded to it was actually welded to it?
So from this picture, we can see that there's essentially a hollow spot. For lack of better terms, it almost looks like a donut. The item would have been welded into the center of that. That's where the physical item would have been, and then around the outside portion that we see, that would be the weld that is remaining. This is, of course, after it has been ground down.
Okay. So referring to this portion in the middle?
That's correct.
Okay. And tell that kind of U-shaped or horseshoe-shaped, what is that portion right there?
Yep. That inside there, what is where the weld is not, essentially would be the tank.
Okay. And so are you saying this is where something would have been attached to it?
Correct.
Okay. And what would have been used to attach to the tank?
Objection, speculation.
If you were doing this, what would you use?
If I was doing it,
Objection, speculation.
Well, the question is, what would he use if he were doing it? I think that's speculative.
But then it's irrelevant. What he would use if he were doing this is totally irrelevant. It's not what an expert in welding would use.
I can rephrase just a tad, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Given the evidence here of the weld to the top of the tank, do you have an opinion what was used to support it so it didn't fall off when it was cut all the way?
I do.
Okay. Please tell us.
It appears that a chain link would have been welded there.
Okay, thank you. Showing you People's 190 and zooming in. Would those type of chain be consistent with what you saw? If a chain had been welded there, then what would have been used to support the cap, if anything?
From the chain, you would need to attach it to overhead and a hook to put onto the end of the chain to do so.
Okay. Showing you People's 150. you see the forklift or fork truck in there?
Yes.
Would that be something that would be helpful?
Objection. Speculation. He's saying it could have been used.
I don't think it's speculation. He's not saying it was something that someone needed to accomplish the job. I don't think that's speculative. It's all over.
Thank
Go ahead and answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. If you had a fork truck, how would you use it in this?
So with a fork, the best way to use it would be to raise the tines over top of the end of, obviously weld chain to the portion of the tank, suspend it from one of the tines of the fork truck, wrapping it around and hooking it back to itself.
Okay. Showing you People's 289. This is from when the committee's cut it open. Can you explain, from what you just said, how this is being done here?
Yeah, essentially the exact same way, except for they have used a large hook, a wrecker hook, and gone through an opening in the tank rather than welded the chain link to the end of the dome.
Okay. In this picture, they've got the fork truck on the side. Do you have an opinion whether it had to be on the side, one side or the other, or in the front?
It could have been on either side or the front. I think the front would make it more advantageous for alignment whenever you put it back on.
Okay, and how is that?
Basically, if you were in front of the tank, once you finished your cutting and essentially it hung there, you could just back the fork truck up directly, straight up, and then whenever you're ready to realign it, you could just drive it right back to the tank.
Okay. Just to direct your attention to the cut here, and I know that, well, first of all, let me look at the full picture. Can you tell from this picture what was used to cut the end of the tank off here?
I can.
How?
Based on a couple things. One, there is a red and green oxy-fuel hose laying in the background that runs up over top of the undercarriage of the tank that would be used for an oxy-fuel torch. And then the burn marks essentially made from the cut caused by the flame of the oxy-fuel torch.
Okay. And is this typical when you use a torch in terms of the pattern of the cut?
It depends on how skilled the individual is who's utilizing the torch and how much experience they have in doing a cylindrical item. Cylindrical items are quite a bit different than what we would say flat items are. So if they were highly skilled, it could be straighter. If they were less skilled, it could be even more crooked.
What other equipment would you need besides the welder and a way to support the bottom and to hold it from the top? Besides those things, what else would you need to do a welding job on the end cap?
Just welding the end cap?
Correct.
Obviously, you would need probably some PPE or personal protective equipment, which would include a welding helmet and gloves, that sort of thing. You would not be able to, a welding helmet essentially would be a must. You would not be able to see what you're doing without it.
Okay. So if you tried to weld without a welding mask, what would happen?
Essentially, you'd be trying to do it with your eyes closed. If you left your eyes open, the light would be extremely bright and probably hurt your eyes. You could also receive UV burns to your eyes because of it. So you would be trying to do it with your eyes closed and essentially doing it blind. You would most likely run way off course in a very short period of time.
Okay. So even given the inconsistencies in that weld, can you tell if that was done by somebody who was doing it blind, for lack of a better term?
It definitely was not somebody
so,
who had their eyes closed.
Right, so that person had a welding mask then?
Correct.
Okay. What else besides a welding mask would you use?
Gloves to protect your hands. Yeah, as long as you had the welder and the equipment to put it back together, to align it, and then the PPE, you would be able to make that weld.
Okay. Would you use anything on your arms?
Potentially, that would fall under the PPE as well. Covering your arms. I mean, if this was done inside we'll say a welding facility, whoever would be doing it would be wearing a welding jacket or welding sleeves that would cover the arms, probably a welding cap to cover their head, a welding mask, and then probably heavy-duty welding gloves.
If you did this without something on your arms, what would you expect to see?
If your skin was exposed to it?
Correct.
You could expect to see essentially some burn marks. Depends on if you had sparks landing directly on your arm. But you would also see evidence of ultraviolet light burns, essentially. So potentially, depending on how long the duration was, the UV light that's produced in the welding arc is extremely intense, and it can burn uncovered skin relatively quickly.
Okay. Showing you people's 74. Do you have an opinion on this?
That is very indicative of what a burn from UV light produced by the welding arc would look like, especially if one was wearing a glove on the hand.
Thank you. You said a relatively short period of time. What would be the shortest you would think a person could be welding and get the results in that picture?
There's a few facets to answer that question. One is going to be the amount of voltage and amperage that's being produced in the weld. Machines are variable, so the thicker material that you're welding, or the higher the output you set the machine up for, the more UV light is going to be produced while you're welding. The more UV light that is produced is going to have a greater effect faster on the skin. Based on, would you like me to base it on essentially the weld size?
Yes.
Okay. So based on the repair weld size that we've seen, knowing that it was a higher amperage welding machine, I would say you could do that in a half hour or so. It also depends on the individual's how often they've been exposed to something like that. I guess a good example would be same thing from like a sunburn. If you go outside early on in the year and you have a very hot sunny day and you're out there for a half an hour, you might burn rather quickly, whereas maybe towards the end of the summer, same conditions, and you're used to being out in the sun, it would not burn as quickly.
Okay. You noticed that the paint was, excuse me, the tank in tank 34 was painted white. Does that have any bearing on how quickly you could get the UV burn?
It would, because of the paint was gloss. So a gloss paint, essentially anything gloss reflects more, and UV light is no different than any other light, just like visible light that we see that gives things colors. It can be reflected off of shiny surfaces, and that would essentially intensify the UV light on the opposite side of the reflection.
Okay. All right, now I'll turn to how fast could somebody weld? Can you give us a figure in like inches per minute or something like that?
So to produce, in reference to the repair weld, to produce a weld of that size, anywhere from 6 to 10 inches per minute.
Did you measure the circumference of the tank?
I did.
What was it?
128 inches.
Okay, so all the way around, 128 inches.
Correct.
And so is there any other factor in determining how quickly somebody could weld that back together other than the speed that they can weld?
There's a couple.
Okay, what are they?
One would be starts and stops as you reposition yourself. Even because of the size of the circumference at 128 inches, it's relatively large diameter. Nobody could weld from start to finish all in one go. So you would have to reposition yourself often to create that one weld. That's going to take a little bit of time factored in. Also, the limitations of the equipment itself. Welding equipment has, every piece of welding equipment is rated by a duty cycle. And duty cycle for a welding machine is a period out of 10 minutes that you can actually, that the machine is rated to have an arc-on time.
Okay. And so give us a typical duty cycle.
60%.
Okay. And so if a welder has a 60% duty cycle, out of every 10 minutes, how many minutes can it spend welding?
It can weld for 6 minutes out of 10.
Okay. All right, and showing you people's 295. Is that the same type of machine that you identified earlier?
It is.
Okay. And I don't can zoom in here, but can you tell what the duty cycle of this machine is?
It says 60%.
And the amperage for this machine?
200 amps.
So you said you could do 6 to 10 inches per minute. Slow would be 6, fast would be 10. And you could weld 6 out of 10 minutes, 6 minutes out of every 10 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so what would be the quickest, given those variables, that someone could weld that entire 128 inches?
Can I refer to?
Did you do some notes?
I did. I brought some notes and I did some calculations.
Okay, if that would refresh your memory, yes, please.
Okay, so at 10 inches per minute, the quickest you could weld that 128 inches with a 60% duty cycle would essentially be 21.3 minutes of arc-on time.
Okay, so that's with the pauses, because you could only weld 6 out of 10 minutes, still 21 minutes you could do it?
Yes, that doesn't take into consideration necessarily starts and stops, depending on how much time is spent in between. That is strictly with duty cycle, and then your starts and stops could count for some of that duty cycle loss as well.
Okay, and if you were on the slower side, the 6 inches per minute side, what would be the time for that person?
On the 6 inches per minute, 35.5 minutes of arc-on time.
And the same caveat, plus starts and stops?
Yeah, so plus starts and stops, and same thing goes for that. And we had 11 starts and stops that I had identified in the tank, and that can vary from a few seconds. If it is just a position or reposition, obviously that would be a relatively short period of time. And to calculate what it would take for actual weld time, we would just add additional time beyond the 60% duty cycle for that.
So with you got 11 starts and stops, we don't know how long exactly it took the welder in this instance to reposition themselves, correct?
Correct.
But taking that out of the equation, You could do it in as little as 21 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the slower welder, 35 minutes.
Correct.
Do you have an idea of how long it would have taken to cut the end off with the abrasive wheel?
I do.
And how do you know that?
So I did some experiments with the same type of equipment to gather inches per minute on a relatively same thickness of material, to come up with basically a formula to calculate exactly how long it would take to cut 128 inches of the same thickness of material with the same type of equipment, abrasive wheel.
Okay, and what did you come up with?
2.5 inches per minute.
Okay, and so then to cut 128 inches at 2.5 inches per minute, how long does that take?
That's approximately 50 minutes.
5-0?
5-0. Okay.
Is there any reason that would have to be done all at once, or could you break that up?
No, you could break it up, and not knowing what the restraints are, but given if it was being done, it probably would be. It would be broke up because you would not start from.
Objection, speculation.
I think he's the expert and he's in the position to indicate.
Let's just state that.
Okay. After cutting it off, welding it back on, how quickly could you repaint it? How long does it take to cool down?
Because there's a lot of thermal mass in this tank, or a lot of mass in general, it would be able to cool off rather quickly. And because it's so big, 128 inches of weld, by the time you got back to the side that you started with, it would be completely cool, essentially. So you could start on that side right after you were finished.
Other than the approximately 50 minutes to do the complete cut and between 21 minutes and 35 minutes to weld it back on, is there any significant amount of time that we haven't accounted for in the process of cutting it off, welding it back on, grinding the spots down, etc.?
No significant amount of time, but there are other things, obviously, that would be in there.
Like what?
The time it takes to essentially remove the cap to provide access to the tank, and then to put the cap back to the tank and align it.
Let's stop right there. So you're talking about if a forklift had been used, you've already described just backing up and then going forward?
Correct.
How much time would you expect that to take?
It would not take much. To remove the cap is simply backing up on the fork truck, relatively under 30 seconds to back that up, and then to reposition it forward, depending on how much skill the operator had that was operating the fork truck, could be the same, especially if there was guides at the bottom to help cradle the bottom of the dome to the tank.
Okay. All right. What other factors we have?
As far as welding it back together.
Well, you indicated that there were some high spots that had been ground down.
Yeah. So there was some discontinuities within the weld. For a better terminology, drips that would stick out, high-profile spots in the face of the weld bead that were ground back down to create uniformity with the weld. Small spots, I would say 5 minutes of grinding would be enough to do all that was done.
Okay. All right, so at some point you said at the very beginning that the fourth time you looked at the tank, you were comparing a photo that you were provided with the physical tank itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and can you tell us what was the photo on that you were looking at?
It was a body cam photo of a tank sitting on the ground.
Okay. All right, this is People's 79. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. Now, when you had initially met with the Michigan State Police, did they show you a photo?
Not initially, but when I came back in for a follow-up interview, I was shown a photo.
Okay. And did you match, or did you attempt to match that photo to the tank at that time?
I did.
Okay. Did you actually go up to the tank itself and look?
No.
Okay. Why not?
It was in the prosecutor's office, so we did not have physical access to the tank at that time.
Okay. But later on, you did?
We did, yes.
Okay. And so you took this photo and you compared it to the physical tank?
Correct.
And what did you find?
That it did match up rather well. There are several.
Objection to the use of the term match. I think that goes far afield of his abilities. I also think it's improper. If he wants to talk about similarities and dissimilarities, consistent inconsistencies, but to say it's a match is unfairly prejudicial.
I'm fine with that, Your Honor. Could you explain consistencies or inconsistencies?
Yeah, I viewed spots within the repair weld on the tank that was consistent with spots in the photograph.
Okay, and are you able to identify any of those with this?
Yes, and I can use zoom in a little bit
Sure.
further. So a couple of the items that was identified was the two anomalies about, we'll say, 10 to 12 inches up from the bottom of the tank along the seam of the repair weld.
Okay, are we talking about this area in here?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the offset at the top of the tank where the dome is attached.
Okay. And when you were physically present with the tank, what did you see?
I saw consistencies that were with this photo.
Were you able to, when you looked at this, did something stand out to you in terms of the paint?
I noticed that the paint was very flat.
In what part?
Around the weld area.
Could this be done by one person, or would it take more than one person to do this job, cutting the tank end off and welding it back together?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
I would overrule if he knows, I think he can answer.
This job could be done with one person if they had the proper tools and equipment.
Okay, and the tools that we've talked about today?
That's correct.
All right, thank you, nothing further.
Ms. Shardy, if you want to take a recess before you begin, it's about 3 o'clock, so we're kind of in that neighborhood.
That might be a good idea, because I think this is a natural breaking point, and I believe this is the last witness for the day.
Okay, why don't we do that? We'll take a 5 to 10 minute recess. You can step in. Anything we need to address outside the purpose of the hearing?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schmidt, my name is Mary Chartier. I represent Mr. Warner, and I have some questions for you this afternoon. So you indicated that you were contacted by the Michigan State Police on August 27th, 2024. Is that accurate?
Yes.
How did they reach out to you? How did they learn about you? Do you know that?
I do not know directly how they did, but they reached out to me by phone.
Do you know who made contact by phone?
Detective Brewer.
Did you ever ask, how did you learn about me?
I believe I might have. I don't recall for sure though.
Did you know anyone involved with the case?
I do not.
Had you worked with them, Michigan State Police or anyone in the past?
No.
Now you then went, did you go that day to look at the exterior of the tank?
I would have to look at my report for exact dates, but I believe it was scheduled for a couple days later.
Sure, so why don't you take a look if that would help refresh your memory. I believe it's on the second page.
The inspection was scheduled for the 29th of August.
So the 29th of August, so you went to take a look at it. How much time did you spend with the tank?
I would have to say probably an hour and a half-ish.
And that's when you took the measurements that we saw?
Correct.
And you took photographs?
Correct.
And you inspected everything that you wanted to inspect that day as it relates to the exterior?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was the tank made of?
As far as...
Sure, so is it plastic, steel?
It's steel composed of.
And what steel you said mostly?
Composed of.
Oh, steel composed of. And then at that point in time, and even up until today, what was your experience cutting open and welding a steel tank like that?
I have had experience cutting, specifically cutting anhydrous tanks open before. It's not uncommon for them to be used, as odd as it sounds, as fire rings when they're decommissioned.
So what's a fire ring? Now I'm intrigued by that.
So given that the large diameter of the tank itself, 41 inches in this case, slivers of the tank are often cut and used as a ring to build a campfire in.
Oh, so people put a campfire in the middle of the metal?
Yep.
And so you do that? You help cut the tank so they can do that?
I have done that before, yes.
How many times?
About 3.
And when you cut the tank open, did it have any liquid in it?
No, ma'am.
And what did you use to cut the tanks open?
I used an oxyacetylene torch.
A what torch?
Oxyacetylene torch.
Okay, so you didn't use, you called it an abrasive wheel or a grinder, you didn't use that?
I did not.
Have you ever used that to cut open a steel tank?
Not an anhydrous tank, but yes, a steel tank I have.
And let's say the tank that we saw, tank 34, let's say you were going to cut that with the grinder. Should I call it a grinder or an abrasive wheel, or what would you prefer?
Either is fine.
Okay, well, we'll call it a grinder. How many wheels would it take? So the grinder has a wheel on it, correct?
That's correct.
How many wheels would it take to cut that?
It depends on the diameter, or excuse me, on the thickness of the wheel. The thinner the wheel, the faster it would use up. Also the diameter of the wheel. You can get wheels in various diameters, same thing. The greater the diameter, the longer it would last.
So can you give us an estimate? It might take 4 to 8, or can you tell us?
I would say, given that circumference, probably 6 to 8 wheels.
6 to 8 wheels. And then how loud would it be? It sounds like you've done this before, although you haven't used a grinder. But with a grinder, how loud would that be?
It would be loud. You have the noise from the grinder itself, and then obviously you have a hollow tank that would echo the sounds.
So when you say loud, people have said I have a loud voice, right? So is it loud like that, or is it, wow, loud, people like my neighbor would hear?
It would be above 85 decibels, which is at the point that they recommend hearing protection.
Okay, so above 85 decibels.
Correct.
And so you've cut open those tanks before to help make the fire rings. What about welding them shut? Have you ever welded a tank like that shut before?
I have not.
Did you do any sort of experiment in this case? So when you were hired, did you say, I wonder how long it would take, or anything like that?
So whenever I started calculating what it would take to actually time for the weld to be produced. I did do some experiments because basically the type of weld that we see as the repair weld is not what we would consider a common weld for that type of joint, meaning there was no concern for penetration, right? It was just to put the cap back on. So thickness wasn't necessarily a priority. If we used any type of calculator, there are some online weld calculators, and then there are some formulas. It's going to give in the actual thickness of the weld. So to get a more accurate measurement, I did do some physical experiments where I welded very similar to that.
And so did you take that into account when you were coming up with the calculation of how long it would take, how long it took you?
I did.
And then your experience level is how many years? 20 plus, I think?
It is.
Okay. Did you have a student do it to see maybe how they would do it?
No, I had no students involved.
Now, would a weld like that, or the grinding, so either the cutting or the welding, does that cause sparks?
It does.
What does? The cutting or the welding?
Both.
Both. Okay, and do the sparks fly places, or do they just go right to the floor? So, or are they all over?
For the grinder, it depends on if there is a guard on the grinder. The guard will direct the sparks in a general way. Usually they're rotatable so that the sparks do not hit the operator, or you can send them in a direction that you would like for them to go. For the welding, they're going to propagate out from the center of the weld and go all directions.
Go all directions, including, for example, on clothing?
It's possible. It depends how far the operator is away from where the welding is happening, but yes.
What about on the floor?
Yes.
Does it cause anything? So, for example, if they got on my clothes, might they burn them, the sparks?
It's possible.
What about on the floor?
Depends on the floor surface. So if it's like a painted floor surface, you could see remnants of that. If it's concrete, you probably wouldn't notice anything. You would have essentially, it would look like dust essentially, but the sparks are actually molten metal that is molten in the air, which is why they look orange, and then whenever they cool, they just look like dust.
Do they look like a color? So, for instance, does it look like black soot or gray dust, or what does it look like?
Yeah, usually darker in color.
Darker color. Sure. Now, you went on, you said August 29th, 2024. Oh, do you know how heavy that tank is?
I do not know exactly how heavy the tank is.
And you don't know how heavy the piece was that was cut off, correct?
I do not know exactly, no.
Did I already ask you, do you know how thick the steel was?
You did not, but I do. I took measurements of that.
Terrific. Would you tell us?
The measurement I took was 0.223 inches.
0.223. So 0.223 inches?
Correct.
Now, you said you had experience cutting open an anhydrous ammonia tank. Did you take any precaution? Well, let me ask you this. When you were cutting it for the fire, was there any chemicals or anything in the tank, or had it been cleaned out?
No, it had been decommissioned for quite some time.
If you were cutting into an anhydrous ammonia tank, would you take any precautions?
If it had anhydrous in it, I guess it would depend on what my knowledge of the tank was, how long since it had been used, how full it was, how much anhydrous was in it, that sort of thing.
What precautions would you take?
Well, obviously, if it was full, I probably wouldn't do it.
I don't think anyone would. But suppose it had some anhydrous in it.
I would first probably vent the tank to make sure that there is no buildup of fumes inside. Possibly, depending on how quickly it needed to be done, but to be safe, I would probably purge the tank. That could be done with air or inert gas or even water.
I'm going to stop you right there. You said vent the tank. How would you do that?
Providing a hole, so in the case of an anhydrous tank, I would probably take the valves out and provide an airway.
And does that go out into the air, so you want to like dissipate that, what's inside?
Mainly so that it's not a contained vessel.
So So it's not a contained vessel, so it's not, for example, like in a garage or something like that? You would
No,
want
so
to do
that-
it outside?
Meaning that it's not contained, meaning it's not pressurized.
Not pressurized?
Correct.
How long would it take to vent it?
Relatively quickly.
What's relatively quickly?
If there was pressure inside, it would leak out immediately. If you were trying to vent odor or something like that, it would take quite a while longer. I don't know that you'd ever get the smell completely out of it.
So when people say things like quite a while longer, I always like to try to get some idea because it means something different to everybody. So what does that mean to you?
A long time. And being the fact that I don't have exact experience in venting a tank to where it does not have any odor anymore, I couldn't give you an exact time.
So when you say a long time, are you talking like days, weeks, months?
I can say that the tank in this case, even after it was open, still had an ammonia odor in it whenever I entered it. And
So-
that was quite a while.
And so was it a strong odor?
Yes, it was fairly strong.
Now, you said you were telling us other things that you would do, and then I stopped you so I could understand the venting. So what was something else that you had said?
Potentially purging it, and you could purge it with air, or you could purge it with an inert gas, or even some people that repair tanks will purge with water so that there's no vapor inside.
And then anything else, any other precautions you would take?
Obviously have a face shield. As a precaution, I would make sure I have my PPE on, probably to make sure that there is a fire extinguisher nearby, especially if I was doing it by myself in case something did catch fire.
Why did you say fire extinguisher? What would be the concern about something catching fire?
Well, you're creating sparks, right? Whether you're cutting or welding, those sparks can land in certain things, and if you're unknowing, it could essentially set something on fire, and you would want to put that out.
Would you have a concern about the chemical itself with the sparks?
I don't know for sure whether anhydrous ammonia is flammable. I do not believe it is, but I do not know that for sure, so I can't say.
Anything else that you would do?
Obviously, arrange equipment, make sure I had everything I needed to be able to do it, but for precaution-wise, probably not.
And then, do you have any experience painting an anhydrous ammonia tank?
I do not.
So you don't know how long it would take the paint to dry, anything like that?
I do not.
Now, we talked about the August 29th, 2024 look that you did of the tank. You said that there were contaminants, and I reviewed your analysis, contaminants combined with the weld material during the welding process. Do you know, and that's on page 3 if you need it, do you know what those contaminants were?
I do not specifically. I can make an assumption or give you my opinion on what they were.
So we don't want any assumptions in a courtroom. So if you don't know the contaminants, that's fine.
Yep.
Thank you. And so you don't know, again, where they came from.
Correct.
Thank you. Then you ultimately met with Detective Druyer and Detective Singleton in September. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And tell us about that. What did you do at that meeting?
I had an interview with them, and they wanted to show me a photo of the tank and asked me if I could identify the tank, or I should say a photo of a tank, and asked me if I could identify the tank in the photo.
And is that, at that trip, before you met with them, is that when you viewed the interior of the tank?
Yes.
Okay, so you had viewed the interior of the tank in September, then you met with Detective Druyer and Detective Singleton, and they wanted to show you a photograph and then see if that was consistent with the tank that you had viewed. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And the photograph that they showed you was actually an enhanced photo, correct?
I'm not sure if it was or not. I know it was a photo that was on a device. It was from a body cam. I don't know if it was essentially a still photo or if it was a stop in the footage itself.
Do you remember them telling you that it was an enhanced photograph?
I don't remember them saying that, but it's possible that they did.
Would listening to your interview help refresh your memory?
It would.
Thank you. Ms. Saylor, would you go to GEE 03 at about 58 seconds? Did that help refresh your memory?
It did.
And it was an enhanced photograph, correct?
So they commented that they had enhanced it as much as they could.
Correct. And you have no reason to believe that they were lying to you and they said it was an enhanced photograph, right?
No.
And at that point, you looked at the photos taken by law enforcement, including the enhanced one, the body camera, your photos, and the actual tank, correct?
At that point, yes.
At that point, and you didn't issue any kind of an opinion that you thought that this was consistent, correct?
I believe my opinion during the interview that
Yes.
you're referring to. Yeah, my opinion was that from what I had in front of me, I couldn't make a determination.
You could not make a determination. And that would have been, again, September 24th, 2024, correct?
That's correct.
Then you went back and viewed the tank a third time. Was that January 5th, 2026?
It was.
Why did you go back and view it a third time?
At that point in time, there was a question of if there was any other weld marks that might have been missed on the tank. I wanted to take a look to see possibly how the end cap might have been supported, if there was any marks, that sort of thing.
And so did you miss a weld mark when you had viewed the tank the prior two times?
I wouldn't say I missed a weld mark, but there was a weld mark outside of the repair weld that was on the tank.
And had you noted that there was this other weld mark on the tank?
I had not.
Now, when you went out in January, did anyone tell you what to look for? So give you any guidance?
As far as the weld mark
Yes.
that was noted? No.
Did anyone show you any still photographs, any body camera images, anything like that?
So while there, I'm trying to, I can look at my report.
Sure.
I'm trying to remember if that was the instance or if it was at a later date. But there was a time there with the tank that I was showed a still photo again of that same body cam footage while I was there with the tank.
So was that at that?
That's what I'm trying to.
Okay, sure. Go
confirm for you.
take a look.
That was not at that time.
Okay, when was that time?
That would have been I believe the fourth time that I went out to look at the tank.
Was that in February?
I believe it was.
February of this year?
Correct.
February 2026?
Yes.
I'm going to get to that in a minute. Before we get to that final view of the tank, and that was the final view of the tank for you?
Yes.
You had talked about the welding machine that was in a photograph, the Miller.
Yes.
Do you know how many of those machines are sold?
I do not know exactly how many of those machines are sold.
Was that a surprise to you to see a welding machine like that, something you'd never seen of before?
No.
So fairly common welding machine?
Yes.
When you were preparing your analysis and then for this case, did anyone show you a comparison of welds and ask you, okay, can you tell if the same person did this weld and this weld?
No, but I believe I was asked if you could tell if a specific person did a weld early on.
And what was your response to that?
No.
So it's not, you didn't do a weld lineup to see if you could match?
No.
Now, when you were talking with Mr. McCready and testifying, you were talking about the pallets and the cradle and things like that. You would agree with me that's all speculation on your part, correct?
I wouldn't say if it's, I would say that's my opinion on how that would be done and how I would do it.
Sure, how you would do it, right? But you don't know that's how it was done, correct?
I do not know that's how it was done.
And so, for instance, when you were talking about a chain, you don't have a chain that you can say, this is the chain that was supposedly welded to the tank, correct?
No.
And you don't have a forklift or a pallet where you're like, okay, that was used as the cradle, right?
No.
Did anyone talk to you about, or say, could you use a chain? Something like that?
I believe I was asked how I would do it and specified that that's how I would do it.
Now, getting to the September, or excuse me, the February meeting, so you had viewed the tank in August of 2024. You had then viewed the tank again in January of 2026. In between that, you saw the tank in September of 2024, and that's when you were shown the enhanced photographs, correct?
Correct.
And so at no point, again, did you reach some sort of an opinion that there was this similarity between the two tanks that we're hearing about today, right?
No.
That came about at a meeting on February 9th, 2026, right?
Correct.
Who was in that meeting?
When I went to examine the tank?
Sure.
I believe both Mr. McCready and Detective Brewer were there.
So Mr. McCready and Detective Drewer were there. Are you aware the trial had actually started at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
And only on February 9th, 2026, did you then claim that now you could say there were consistencies between the two, to the point that you were going to be testifying to that in court, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So you were asked a series of questions about precautions that you would take if you were going to cut open an anhydrous tank. I think you may have had, 3, 4, 5, or 6. My question is, could a person do that, cut open the anhydrous tank without taking those precautions?
Yes.
Okay. Could a person have cut open this particular anhydrous tank without using an abrasive wheel?
Yes.
Okay. What about the shards and all that? I mean, I'm not saying in general, I'm saying this particular tank.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt on how this particular tank was, the dome was removed off of the tank.
Okay.
It was with an abrasive wheel.
But we don't know whether the person used precautions when it came to the anhydrous that may or may not have been in there.
No.
Okay, but they could have done it without any precautions whatsoever in that regard.
Objection, asked and answered, and speculation.
I do agree that it's been asked.
Thank you, yes, I agree too. Last thing is, I may have misheard, but I think Ms. Chartier asked you something about being hired. Have you been hired in this case at all?
No, I have not.
Have you received any money at all?
No.
Okay, and you spent how many hours, do you think, doing evaluations and writing your reports?
Probably upwards of 30.
Thank you. When we met, or when you met with Detective Drewer and Singleton, did any of us ever tell you what to say?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Your Honor, can you approach?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't need to, I'm sorry. I think I'd like to keep Mr. Schmidt under subpoena just in case tomorrow there are questions.
Okay.
But tomorrow there are questions by who?
Well, that's fine. Not that he would come with us tomorrow, but he should ask questions based on the tank. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna reserve the recall at this point.
Okay. So, Mr. Schmidt, you are still under your subpoena, which means you're still subject to the sequestration order. So, please be mindful of that and continue to make yourself available for testimony if that's necessary. Okay, so for now, you are free. All right, and to my understanding, that is our last witness for today. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be releasing you shortly. Tomorrow will be a little bit different than normal. We are going to be doing a view of some premises and some other things. It's also a Wednesday, so I have my Wednesday morning docket that will go until 10:30, so we'll try to get started at 10:30, but we won't be doing anything in the courtroom. We get to go on a field trip. So I do have an instruction to read to you regarding that. We will be letting you see the anhydrous ammonia tank where Ms. Warner was discovered, the Warner's Munger Road home and property, and the Paragon Road property, only to help you understand the evidence that has been and is presented in court. You must not consider anything you learn from seeing the tank and properties that was not covered by the evidence admitted in the trial. We will be conducting these site visits tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please arrive at your normal meeting spot around 10 a.m. We will provide transportation to the premises and returning to the judicial building, and we will also provide you with a lunch. The properties are likely to be muddy, and it's my understanding we may get some snow tonight, so you may want to wear boots and casual clothing and dress for the weather. We will not be spending any time in the courtroom tomorrow. Neither myself nor the attorneys are permitted to speak with you while you are outside the courtroom, as there will not be any court recorder with us. There will be a Michigan State Trooper leading you through the property, but he cannot answer any questions. You will be permitted to bring your notepads and maps. You may not discuss the case with your fellow jurors or anyone else during the site visit. You may not take any photographs or videos with your personal devices. If you have any questions about the logistics of the premises visit, if you know them now, you can write them down now and pass them to the bailiff. Other than that, during the trial, please do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence that you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the attorneys must have the ability to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that could unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both parties, both sides, you must follow this instruction. Okay, we will see you tomorrow morning. and everyone else can be seated again. Just a few more things to cover regarding the court site visits tomorrow and how members of the public and media are impacted by that. Again, tomorrow, the court, the parties, and the jury will be conducting a site visit to the private properties that are relevant to this matter. While I do remain committed to the principle of an open and public trial, I have to balance that with access with security of the parties and the protection of the jury's impartiality. And so to ensure the integrity of the proceedings, the following orders will be in effect for the purposes of the site visits. Access to the site will be restricted. Law enforcement will implement road closures and cordons starting tomorrow morning at their discretion. Members of the public and media must remain within the designated public areas. Due to some accidents that have occurred previously in the case regarding juror likenesses appearing in media broadcasts, video and still photography will be prohibited while the jurors are on site or in transit. This is a necessary measure to ensure juror anonymity and prevent outside influence. The media may film or photograph the site from authorized public vantage points before the jury arrives or after the jury has cleared the area. All such activity remains subject to the legal rights of the private property owners. Any attempt to communicate with, signal, or interrupt the jury during the transit and viewing will be treated as an interference with the administration of justice and may result in contempt proceedings or criminal charges. So again, I take this very seriously, and I hope that you will too. I do appreciate everyone's cooperation in allowing the jury to view these sites in a secured and focused environment. Is there anything else we need to address on the record today from the attorneys?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you then. We will see you back tomorrow morning about 10:30.
Your Honor, may we meet with you in chambers to finalize the, thank you.
Please rise.